swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack,
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 he wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grass to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
It's in his head. It's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head. What's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, when he plays pretend. It's in his head. It's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head. What's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend. It's in his head. It's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head. What's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream.
Hello, everybody. Hello. How we all doing? Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, VCC TV. Hello, Paul the Potato. Hello, Anthony Schuler. Hello, Nitric Oxide. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. And, of course...
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Alan Dresner. Hello, Gwenifer. Hello, Dr. Deletus. Hello, Rhombus. Amber Brains. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. How are you doing? Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Worshipper of the Olympians. Hello, Lauren Burnell. Hello, Banana Brains. ZEF. Hello, hello, hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, 10-letter name. Hello, Ashley. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Will Kell. Hello, Penny Ann T. And thank you for being the first person to support stream today, for getting a tier 1 sub, and Ethriel, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub as well. Salmon Moose, thank you for getting Amber Brains a sub. Hello, Captain Crockpot. Hello, one and all. Hello, Floof the Floofy. Where have I been? Excellent question. I was up on the North Shore of Minnesota with my partner's family, who are just absolutely lovely. I love spending time with them, and it was a very healing vacation. Got to like travel up and down the North Shore, going to a lot of the places I spent my childhood. Climbing rocks, going on trails. I got to actually sit down and read like the first 10 chapters of a book. I can't even remember the last time I got to do that, which is
Jack
super
not
cool.
streaming is a war crime.
It's true, Salmon Moose. I have committed war crimes that are unspeakable. No North Shore like the North Shore. True. Robert Ad said hello. Hello. I'm poor if anyone wants to donate a sub. That's all right, Paul the Potato. Also, I see you're over on Twitch. If you jump over to riverboat.gg, you can watch the YouTube stream without ads. And someone also might give you a sub. God damn, Dragonfly! Holy shit! My God! All right.
Happy birthday, Jack. I hope you had a wonderful vacation. I would also like to extend a thank you to anyone who cured ballots. We won by 51 votes.
Oh my God.
You saved us.
Holy shit. Guys, remember before we left when we were talking, when we were going over the Project 2025 videos, Dragonfly was asking people in chat to cure ballots. And huge thank you to those of you who followed up on that and actually like cured a few of those ballots, because that came down to 51 votes, and I know for a fact last time we streamed we had at least like 6 times that many votes watching. So God. Oh, Draconics, I know I missed a lot of stuff last week, and we're gonna do some catch up on some of those things. And I definitely have thoughts about the My Pillow guy getting owned by a 12-year-old at the DNC, and they aren't a lot of thoughts that I've been seeing passed around. So I think we'll talk about that at least a little bit, briefly. Ryla, how you doing? Your disability's good for another 5 years? Hell yeah, let's go! I also sent you a B-Day present in Steam. I saw that. And thank you so much, Salmon Moose. I haven't been able to redeem it yet because I unpacked my stuff here yesterday, but then I went back to spend some more time with my partner and her family. So I have like not really had downtime to like get all of my affairs in order, and also it's my partner's birthday week, so like it's a busy couple of weeks, but I'm trying to get my life in order. Is it today? My birthday was last week on Thursday. It was, I think, yes, Thursday. And I got one of the best presents I got. I got this dope ass Mechagodzilla sweatshirt. It's so comfortable, and like it's just cool. Look at the design on this chunky boy. Look at him. What an
Laughing
perfect
face.
creature. The apex of robotic life right there. Yours is the 12th. Well, happy belated birthday, trans girl Jade. And Periwinkle, thank you for the $10 dono. Colon D to you as well. Colon D to us all. I love hoodies. Yeah. I would have done a stream, but also, like, I'm sure many of you know, but I made a mistake when I came out to my dad as a trans woman, in that I came out to my dad like 2 days after my birthday, and so every year around my birthday, I have a pretty rough time. So thank you to everyone who reached out to see if I was doing okay and to wish me happy birthday. It really meant the world to me. Hey Prince Seal, how you doing? I'm glad you're doing all right. Yeah, so pro tip, if you're trans, don't come out to your loved ones when you're in like a nervousness about them around like an important holiday to you. Hey Paladin Lost. We lost you to managed super democracy and Italian beef sandwiches? Hell yeah. Worth it. Hope your videos have been popping off. They have not, but you know what? I don't care that my videos on Project 2025 haven't been popping off. Because frankly, I think that they're important to do even if they just reach a small number of people. So I'm going to continue doing them. Though we're going to have a catch-up day today, because there's just so much I need to talk about. The DNC, of course, the RFK endorsements. We've got a whole lot of things to go over. And I've got to practice pressing the segment button so that I can actually, like, you know, have segments that are edited by not somebody who watches the entire stream. I was on vacation. It's okay, Floof the Floofy. I was on vacation too. I didn't stream last week. I've been away from my office. Oh damn, I forgot I was gonna add some emotes. Let me do that as I talk with you guys. Yeah, the Jimmy Dores of the world are slipping into the fascist, you know, the fascist conspiracy singularity that I've been telling you guys about. Let's see. Where is it? There you are. People come back. Oh, people come back. People don't go. People don't go. People don't go. You know what? I'm just gonna throw this right there. That'll be fine. Okay. Need that P in the PNG. But yeah, I had a really great time. I got up to Grand Marais, had some Sven and Oli's pizza, and like, frankly, a lot of people might tell you that they're overhyped, but you know what? Pretty goddamn good pizza. You know, up in Grand Marais. All right, it's a small little artsy fartsy town that has like an entire wooden building dedicated to teaching you how to do woodworking, and it has like cute little breakfast places. Also, I would recommend the Great Lakes Candy Kitchen. Yes, I think it's called the Great Exclamation Point Lakes Candy Kitchen. They make delicious, delicious candy. Highly recommend their hot air. It's like chocolate covered sponge candy that's quite good. And the Sam Cedar emote. Did you get to see Lake Superior on your trip? I actually got to stay on Lake Superior. It was really, really wonderful. You know, I don't want to go into like too many details about my trip, but I had a cigar with my partner's mom, and like sitting on the rocks of Lake Superior watching the sunset, and it was just, you know, I tried to put this into words, but like, I'm not like a spiritual person per se, but there is like a vibe to Lake Superior that I find quite healing. There's something about the water and the way the moon reflects off of it, the fresh water spray coming off the lake. It's I think there's an element of the sacred about it. Maybe not in like a spiritual sense, but certainly in like a cultural or almost like innately biological sense. Like it feels right to be there. Yeah, it's like you get filled with the wonderment and awe of nature, Like it's harmonious, maybe? I don't know. I know this all sounds like hippy dippy shit. But like I don't know, it's just so cool to look out at a stretch of fresh water not being able to see the other side of it. Like it's such a rare and almost impossible sight in our world, and it's just really cool. Okay. There we go.
What's up, gamers?
Archangel DeCobb, thank you for resubscribing. All right, and saving the emotes to chat. There you go. You've got a whole bunch of new emotes, okay? They're going to update in the Riverboat chat. Also, YouTube chat, I'm going to be working on adding more emotes to you guys. So if you guys are in YouTube chat and you want specific emotes added, remember, go over to Riverboat, the Riverboat Discord, and drop your emotes in the emote suggestions channel. Yes, I added some pride hearts. They should be there. Yeah, there they go. They're being added as we speak. Look at that. Look at that. There we go. We also have the surprise cedar. We have the question mark, the MPQ. We got the non-binary heart. We got the bi pride heart. We look. We got a lot of things going. Okay. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. True. God. Thank you for the 40 tier 1 subs. My goodness. Still not over that. I think the website didn't really catch it either, because the website is like not even reporting that as a notification. I think it's hard for the tech to swallow that many donos. But thank you so goddamn much, guys. We are about to get started. I'm really excited. There was a lot of stuff that happened. Did I get all of them? Oh yeah, we also have Peepo come back. There you go. Little Peepo with a boombox. They're cute little guys. Cute little guys. There you go. Oh, you know what? We need the "Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare" soundbite. We need that. If somebody can grab that for me, that'd be great. Because I also, with this time off, I've returned more powerful than ever before. I wield great powers.
Perfect.
And,
I don't understand. You're black.
Oh, we need to turn that up a little bit.
I don't understand. You're black.
Or
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load.
oh man, guys, we're gonna have so much fun.
Go home to mommy. Oh, give me a break. I am trying to buy your vote.
Garbage. Pure, undiluted garbage, meaningless drivel nonsense. That's all they were. Junk. And when I thought, this is what these kids in this preschool are seeing.
And of course we have...
Sometimes I wish the elderly would just die.
From Michael Knowles. Also, I reorganized all of the sound bites so they should be easier to find. And of course, we also now have this, which I think will come in extremely handy. Oh, God. And honestly, guys, this is one of the best ones. This is one of the best ones, guys.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the... No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the...
Yeah, that's Ben Shapiro, for some reason, moaning while talking about Kamala Harris.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
We have so many good ones, guys.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
Whoopsie.
I thought it was the Shabibo impersonator. No, Prince Seal, it was real. We covered it live. I couldn't believe it. They've got nothing, guys. All of the attacks that the conservatives are trying to do.
.ug.
All of them are so ineffective that this is the best they have.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the...
Amazing stuff. Oh my god. Mobius, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub and for being subscribed for 3 months. Let's go. Also, we have this classic from PragerU of all places.
Racist, sexist, Republican. These words are virtually interchangeable.
Crazy. We also have this one.
Sometimes, Dinesh, a genocide is just a genocide.
Which I feel, unfortunately, like we're going to get a lot of mileage out of.
Sometimes, Dinesh, a genocide is just a genocide.
Whoopsie.
And of course, we do have...
I was the one that would put the crab in the pot. Quiet.
Thank you for coming. I need to edit this one to be louder. But, not too bad, guys.
Wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia.
Oh, man. How the fuck do I gift a membership on YouTube mobile chat? Rhombus, I genuinely have no idea. God. Other housekeeping stuff. I know I'm like just kind of chatting about like random stuff I've been doing, but I actually had the downtime to do some things, which is pretty cool. And so one of the things I did, for those of you who've taken a look at the YouTube channel, guess what? There's a YouTube channel over here. Crazy stuff, I know. But we have a store tab on the YouTube channel now. You can just click directly on the store, and it will bring you to a selection of some of our finest items. Okay, I think it's good. You can get the Riverboat Jack mug. You can get the Fascism is Bad tumbler. It's true, I have an online. I have a Department of Cyber. And yeah, we got stickers. We got peepo prints if you want to like put one of them on a wall. We got shirts. We got the soft peach knife shirts. Okay, could show everyone how hard you are with an armed and dangerous peach. Okay, it's good stuff. All right. But I finally was able to integrate the shop that I had set up like years ago into the YouTube, and that's pretty cool. What the fuck is you? I know, it's crazy. What is this? 2007? That's a year. But yeah, I have these hoodies. I can vouch for their quality. The Starry Peepo mug is also pretty good. And you know what? Look at this. They got like an embroidered fascism is bad beanie. I think it's great. It only took the whole 4 years I've been here. Look, you know, I'm just slow and steady wins the race, okay? I'm just a little birthday girl. God. Will Kale, I'll see what I can do about expanding sizing options. And I'll get back to it, okay? Can vouch for the Tumblr. It's a good Tumblr. And it lets everyone know that, like, fascism is indeed bad. Which, unfortunately, people need reminding of, I guess, in 2024. And it's a very solid, durable metal, so if you need to use it as an item to defend yourself, should someone come at you with a disagreement of a very complex and nuanced statement, you will be able to defend yourself. I'm just a little birthday girl. You made me turn to Vosh to fill the void. Oh no, the horror. Gonna be 50 by the time you achieve the blimp mansion? No! You are not late, Brandon the Chihuahua. Hello! Hey, Molly Millions. Fill with soup for bonus damage? True! Soup for my family. God, we have so much to talk about. And like, some of the catch-up is... okay. So we're gonna do kind of like a little bit of a rapid fire. Like, we're just gonna look at one thing, then we're gonna look at another thing. It's gonna be kind of like a bit loosey-goosey, okay? I was worried Jack had ditched us on Twitch. No! Never! I had to go and touch grass and water and rock. God. What else do I have to tell you guys? Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, we do have to talk about the DNC, because that was some bullshit, huh? Hope your vacation was amazing. It was indeed. Thistles for Eyes, thank you so much. Now, yeah, we have a full show here. I don't know that I need to do, like, a whole segment on this. Okay. We're gonna shorten that down. Alright. We'll throw it right there. Okay. Okay. Whew. Your vacation was in Theed? Kind of. Good day one, then back to business as usual. Yeah. Hey, you know, it's almost like I did a segment about this before I left, about how you shouldn't put Tim Walz and Kamala Harris on pedestals, because they'll disappoint you. All right. I'm so depressed about the DNC, I joined the Working Families Party, so yeah. Yeah, well, you know what? The Working Families Party, at least to my understanding, is at least an effective political organization, which, you know, you can't say the same about the rest of them. We'll get to that. God, where can I submit a video audio clip for the soundboard? You can do it in Soundboard suggestions, Prince Seal. It's a channel on the Discord. I thought the DNC was mostly okay. Did I miss something? We'll get to it. I'm not going to cover like the entire DNC because that was last week, and frankly, by the time videos about that go up, it's going to be like 2 or 3 weeks in the past. So, kind of missed the window for that. Are we in Doomer mode again? We're not in Doomer mode. We're in critical support mode, which I think is very different. Let's see here. Okay. But before we go into hardcore politics, folks, let's have some fun. Let's have a little bit of fun, huh? How about that? How about we, like, I don't know, just enjoy where we are at the moment and you know, do the thing. Do the thing. Enjoy ourselves a little. So, apparently there's a new Lord of the Rings movie coming out, and I was just completely unaware of this. And, you know, at first I was just kind of like, oh, it's called Lord of the Rings, War of the Rohirrim. I still need to watch Rings of Power, which I've heard is pretty good, but I haven't felt a compulsion to watch a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff since the Hobbit trilogy. And, I know, hot take from me, okay? I like the first Hobbit movie. I think the main problem with the Hobbit films as a whole is that, like, Frodo's character arc is kind of complete by the end of the first movie. Like, that's kind of a big problem, I think, for the rest of the movies. So I just wasn't super aware of what's going on with Lord of the Rings these days. And then I saw this and I was like, you know. But apparently it's an animated film. And that's kind of intriguing to me. I have not seen the trailer yet, but I thought this would be fun to watch with you all. That is a ding from my phone. I'm going to silence it. There we go. Wait. That's not a silence. That's a rumble. There we go. Okay, here we go.
All Middle-earth knows the tale of the War of the Ring. But 200 years before that...
Riders of the Mark! Brothers of Rohan!
there was an older tale.
Arise!
Okay, but this is pretty cool. Wait a minute.
We come with an offer to strengthen Rohan.
Hera, daughter of Helm, I, Wolf, seek your hand in marriage.
Our fathers speak as if I were not even in the room. I do not want to marry you.
You do not seek an alliance. You seek a throne. You will live to regret this, old man. He's dead. You will pay for this with your life.
The boy I knew would never wish for war.
The boy you knew is gone.
Fire!
There's so many of them. I pledged to fight for my king.
You know nothing of war.
I'm the fastest rider you have.
This is so cool.
People need hope, Hera. Something to believe in.
My pride. My joy. You could rule the world.
You think I am afraid of you?
You should be.
What does Mordor want with rings?
Dude. Okay, so a couple of things right away here. Ayo? Ayo? I'm sorry, is this an Oliphant being eaten by the Watcher in the water? That's cool. I want to know more about that. I want to know more about this. For those of you who are not as like deep into the lore, like this tentacle monster is like a primordial creature from the depths of the earth that got trapped outside of an ancient mine. And the fact that we're seeing it in this, I'm just kind of like, oh, hello. Tell us more, please. Just saying, out of all the things in Lord of the Rings, that red hair suspends all belief for me. Ruined only because of red hair, not even a single obvious trans. Like, woman protagonist, I'm down for that. Also, like, the action scenes look extremely well done. I'm loving, like, the use of, like, layered visuals. And the way that, like, they're kind of, I think you can kind of see it a bit here, like how kind of like it's this dynamic and flowing effect. I like it a lot. Also, like the character design, it's giving very Fire Emblem vibes, and I really like it. I think it fits really well, and I believe the director of this movie is the guy who did a bunch of the Ghost in the Shell movies. And also, I think he also was like the guy overseeing the Cyborg #9 reboot. Like, he's like one of the all-time great anime directors. Incidentally, by the way, got his start, I kid you not, doing the background art for DuckTales. Have you just found a new cosplay? Oh my god. Give me another year to work on it, okay? Give me another year to work on it. I think I might be able to do something like this. Also, like, just a cool outfit. Like, I'm a fan of the tall gloves. I'm a fan of the tall boots. He literally made Akira. Yeah, no, he's like legitimately a legend. The character designs all look really strong too. I just, this is very impressive. So cool. Anyway, sorry. Like, I love like these, I don't know, nighttime Oliphant. Is it maybe like a night raid? Looks like. Got fist fights. We got childhood training.
Never wished for war.
We've got
The boy I knew would never wish for war.
The boy you knew is gone.
Fire! There's so many of them.
I suppose there is room for kind of like this, feudal squabbling over thrones and leadership. Like this gives a lot of Game of Thrones vibes to me, but in anime form, and that's kind of cool. If they can like deliver on like the writing and such, like I think this would work really well. Like, I think this is a neat like siege contraption we see. I'm kind of wondering what what's going on. I have no idea what the actual story is here, but it's cool that clearly we're gonna see more of like these eagles being involved. We're clearly also gonna see like an invasion from the east. There's a lot of cool stuff here. I've seen some discourse going on around this movie about like, Hayao Miyazaki really dislikes the Lord of the Rings movies. And it's like, yeah, that's not really surprising though. Like, part of like the Lord of the Rings movies ethos towards villainy is that like the villains are just ontologically evil. And so, like, I think it's fine to have that complaint about Lord of the Rings. Because, frankly, Tolkien had that issue with Lord of the Rings, too. He struggled with it, like, his entire life. Yeah, I know Miyazaki isn't directing this. It's just that the discourse has brought up that Miyazaki dislikes the Lord of the Rings movies. The story ties into the kin strife. Okay, but here's the thing. I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of Lord of the Rings, so I don't know what that is. But I imagine it's pretty cool. Nerd of the Rings.
It's finally.
Oh, Nerd of the Rings did a 20-minute breakdown. Yo, folks, go check this out. I bet it's really good. Here you go. Nerd of the Rings is a good channel. We're not going to go over this today. I'm probably not ever, but you guys should go watch that video. Does anyone know how to cancel multiple auto-renewing donos? Had a problem where my name would be turned white at the beginning of the month, even though I set the sub to auto-renew. Snuggle Kitten, that might be something you have to reach out to the site support about. I don't know how to do that. I think you can also cancel on PayPal? Maybe? You should be able to do it, though. You Lord of the Ring? Ha ha! Okay. It was the Gondor Civil War that led to the end of the kingship. Nice. Okay, folks. I think it looks cool, and I think I'm gonna check it out. It's about the adventures of old Jimmy Gondor. Okay. Cool. Also, can we talk about how Logan Paul should probably be in jail? Can we talk about that? Can we talk about how Logan Paul should be in jail, like, unironically? Like, why is he not in prison for what he does? That's my, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if he should be in jail or whatever. But if I was to ask a lawyer, why is he not in jail? I would love an answer to that. Mostly because I saw this clip going around, and I want to preface showing this by saying that the dog does wind up being okay. Like, the dog is okay. And I cannot stress enough that the dog is okay. But here's approximately 35 seconds of a Logan Paul video.
Oh no, please. Oh no. Brawley! I'm going in. Come here, buddy. Bro, what the fuck? I haven't been scared Why? like this in a while. I can't have you doing that. No more of that, okay? We're in the middle of a lake. You're used to swimming in a pool in Encino. There's a big difference, okay? Take it easy from now on. Promise me.
Now, in case you didn't catch that, cute dog, right? And then you'll notice here that the dog is trying to not go in the water. And if you look behind the dog, you'll see a hand come down on the back. And then, oh, look. Someone kicked that dog into the water. While clearly filming the dog because they were going to kick it in the water. And now something to notice about this particular video is that that boat is moving. That boat is moving.
Raleigh!
Now, I don't know if you guys know things about boats, but they have these things under them called motors that have rotating blades. That will cut you up and take off hands or feet. Yeah, kind of like a motorboat of sorts. So just to clarify, what Logan Paul did for a video here, it appears, by all indications that I have access to, that he or someone on his crew pushed his dog into and under a moving boat so that he could jump into the water to try and save the dog on camera. Ha ha ha, how cute, how cute, how cute. You look, he saved the dog. Don't go swimming in, this isn't like swimming in the pool. We're in a lake. Ha ha ha. Wait, they pushed the dog? They pushed the goddamn dog into the water underneath a moving boat.
Oh no, please. Oh no.
You see the hand on the dog, you see the foot behind the dog. They're clearly filming the dog because they're about to push it in.
Raleigh! I'm going in. I'm going in. Come here, buddy. Bro, what the fuck? I haven't been scared like this in a while.
I haven't been scared like this in a while, dog. I'm clearly very concerned.
I can't have you doing that. No more of that, okay? We're in the middle of a lake. You're used to swimming in a pool in Encino. There's a big difference, okay? Take it easy from now on.
Unironically, this is serial killer shit. Unironically, this is serial killer shit. Like, he's like reached the point where he's like doing like attempted animal snuff films for his channel. Like, that's crazy. That like crazy. I just there's like something about it where I find it extra heinous because he has the gall to post afterwards, like lecturing the dog about you silly goose, you jumped into the lake. No, he was pushed into a propeller blade of the pontoon boat you were on. By your team, if not yourself directly. Disgusting. Did that poor doggo get hurt? It does not seem so, which, thank God. Like... Can I point out? Yeah. So, guys, one thing to know about pontoon boats, okay? One thing you should know about pontoon boats is that, generally speaking, see if I can find a good picture here. Generally speaking, this is the location of the motor. It's between the two pontoons. Generally speaking, the blades that one would run into are in the middle of the pontoons, i.e., where they pushed the dog. And I find it difficult to tell from this video itself where the motor is, but I'm looking at this part, and it certainly looks like it's in the middle of the pontoon boat. Exactly where he kicked the dog. And yeah, this is where the motor is. Like right above where the propellers are. Ugh. Man. Anyway, I don't know what the process is for reporting people for, like, animal abuse, but I would encourage you to maybe look those up for yourselves. Ugh. The amount of anxiety it gives me just to watch, like, this 30-second clip again is ridiculous. Gross. His only lucky grace is that the prop wash turbulence tends to push things away from the blades rather than suck them into them. Yeah. Hey, Dylan17. Hey, if you're all right answering a couple questions, I would just like to ask and try to understand your side of why you became transgender and what made you transition. Do you have more specific questions? It's very broad. The short answer of it is that I reached a point in my life where I realized that if I didn't transition, I would die. And so rather than die, I did the thing that would allow me to not die. What is gay? I trans because that was the only way? Yeah, exactly. Most trans people, at least from my generation, and I hope not necessarily like future generations, did it because we were pushed to a point of realizing that either we were going to die or we were going to do an incredibly unpopular thing. You know? Why are you gay? Why has that been making the rounds again on, like, the memes? Why? 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 Isn't that like a 10-year-old meme? What do you mean you were going to die? Are you referring to suicide? Yeah, the suicidal ideation was getting worse and worse. Yeah. Despite going to counseling, mental health, therapy, etc. Yeah. Like, imagine knowing that everyone you know and love could wind up rejecting you if you were honest about who you were. You know, and that's just every day of your life. Like, do you think that would make you feel good or bad? Like, I feel like it's not terribly hard to understand. But, you know, maybe for some people. Girl, I came out in 98, immediately faced transphobia. Don't come out to transphobic dad. Easy advice from a 35-year-old trans woman. True. Sorry you went and experienced that. Most people I ask why they transition, they have the same answer. Yeah, it's well, it's the thing. The thing is, it would have been a lot easier if I'd grown up in an environment where people just let me know that like it was safe to tell them that I was trans, and to be able to pursue it without reaching a point where I was like feeling like I was going to kill myself or die, you know, due to like, you know, the I think the term for it is disease of despair. It's a term that's used for people who turn to alcohol, drugs, etc. It's you know, it'd be nice to not fall into like a point of despair because you know the position you're about to take is so unpopular that everyone around you is going to wish that that you were dead. You know? Like, I know for, like, my dad, for example, there's a part of him that wishes, like, he had a dead son rather than a living daughter. And, you know, knowing that is really difficult. You know, it's difficult for a younger person, too, like a teenager, etc. But like it's still difficult as like a full ass adult, you know? And honestly, the thing is, you know, the entire time growing up that you're trans. Most trans people have known since like they were able to form memories. So like there's a part of it where like growing up, you know, your entire life that the things you want to express and share with the world and tell people about yourself are unacceptable. Like people are going to beat you or they're going to ostracize you. You're going to miss out on opportunities in either academics or professional life. You're going to, you know, be ostracized from your church, from your family, from your social groups. You know, a lot of people who transitioned, especially like prior to, you know, the 2020s, like you risked losing everything. Like there's a reason why a hugely disproportionate amount of homeless children are LGBTQ, and it's because they get kicked out by their parents when their parents find out that they're gay or trans, and they get disowned, you know? And I find that very, very sad. But that speaks to the great sickness at the heart of, I don't know, American society at large, and more specifically with like, you know, more fundamentalist religious folk in America, as well as conservative folk in America. Hey, Dylan17, from my experiences, I grew up in an evangelical church. And the main thing it taught me was that I should have extreme amounts of self-loathing because in that ideological upbringing, they hammer it into you that you are worthless, that you are disgusting and an abomination for existing if you fall against their religious ideas. And it, for people like myself who grow up in that ideological framework, knowing that our very identity is unacceptable to religious people in the evangelical world, by and large, saying, oh, I hope you find Christ. I hope you understand that, like, many of us grew up in that background, and the reason we are not a part of it anymore is because of the extreme levels of hypocrisy shown to us by members of that church, by the people who, you know, are held up as paragons of that religious philosophy and belief. The people representing your religion are the ones who are ostracizing us. They're the ones who are telling us we need to go to like conversion therapy camps to be tortured into being straight or cis. I believe in the man who lived 2,000 years ago and sacrificed himself for the forgiveness of the world's sins. Yeah, I'm not terribly interested in a religion that's telling me I'm a fundamentally evil creature for existing. And then whenever I look at the people who practice that religion, I tend to see people who are not living by its tenets and who do not care to pursue those tenets on any kind of societal level. And I'm not compelled by that. Like, I'm not compelled by making appeals to a religious belief that is predicated on me being an abomination and anathema to its deity. It's not really a winning card to play in my book. Yeah, exactly, Brandon the Chihuahua. Like, it's kind of hard as like a queer person to put faith in an entity that most people from that religious background interpret as being antithetical to my existence. Now, I know that there are a lot of people out there who have different conceptions of religion, Christianity in particular, and that's totally fine. I am just speaking from my experience, and my experience is generally that I had to hide who I was for decades, that I had to torture myself to conform for decades, and I'm not particularly interested in doing that again. I'm not particularly interested in introducing anyone that I'm close to that kind of a background to be potentially abused in a similar way. Like, it's fine if, like, that's not the case with your particular belief, but it's not going to be my belief. Like, I don't know, I don't really know how to, like, elaborate this more. But, Dylan, that's the thing. That's kind of the problem I have, is that anytime, like, these entire Christian denominations misbehave or mistreat or torture or rape or kill or do any of these things, they're fake Christians. And I seem to recall something about knowing what a people and what people are by their fruit that they bear. I seem to recall something about that, and I look around and I see a whole lot of rotten fruit, man. Like, it's very convenient that you happen to know all of the good ones. That's an interesting phenomenon. But I don't find it compelling for myself. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, maybe your energy would be better spent proselytizing to the fake Christians, Attend to your own flock before you start attending to the flocks of others, Get the something, speck of sawdust in somebody else's eye, plank of wood in your own. Something along those lines. I'm just saying, like... Maybe get your own house in order before you come knocking to try and get people to come to your house. Dylan, no, you may not. Like, I'm sorry, but if your response to, hey, your church seems really fucked up, is, hey, can I quick leave my conversion story for all of you so that you can join my religious philosophy? No. I'm sorry. Like, if I just told you my problems with it and you, like, don't want to respond to that. Like, no, you can't share that. It's abuser shit. I ain't sugarcoating it. Kind of is. Yeah. Like, I need you all to understand that from my perspective here, that person just came into my chat to ask me about one of the most traumatic experiences of my life to try and convert me while I'm working, while I'm at work. Hey, can you tell me about one of the worst things that ever happened to you? About one of the lowest moments of your life while you're at work? So that I can, like, fill up my quota of people I've asked to convert to Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know. Like, that seems pretty fucked up to me. And, like, I know I have, like, dedicated Christians who follow me and watch me, and I love you guys, because there is a very strong history of, like, Christian involvement and, like, religious involvement by all kinds of different belief systems in politics. And I love you guys, because I think that you guys are actually doing and putting into practice a lot of the teachings of Christ. When you want to treat others the way that you want to be treated, when you want to feed the hungry, when you want to clothe the shivering, when you want to build houses for the homeless, you know, and instill that in like the policy of the country you live in, I think that is good. I think it is good that you are capable of engaging in a secular society for the benefit of everybody, regardless of what they believe. But unfortunately, that does not seem to apply to an awful lot of people. And so, thank you for bearing with me. I just want to make it clear, I'm not anti-religion. I know there are a lot of people who are. I'm not anti-religion. I'm anti-fundamentalism. And it really grinds my gears when someone tries to use, again, my deepest traumas to try and manipulate me into converting while I'm at work. It's just a bit frustrating. So, hey, Dylan, if you happen to still be watching, I don't think you can because Twitch bars you from watching now if you're banned. Don't do that. Also, Tipster, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're just going through our lightning round. And like I like a lot of the teachings of Jesus. By the way, I've read the entire New Testament and most of the Old Testament. I get a little lost in the genealogies, but you know. I think there's a lot to like in there. I just there are some pretty significant flaws that I have difficulty with.
Boo bad chatter. Yay 35 months. River bait Peppa hands.
Metal Kitty Mom, thank you for being subscribed for 35 months. I appreciate you. Appreciate everyone watching too. Salmon Moose, thank you for resubscribing.
How can we all have died at the same time?
I'm pro-Jesus and anti-church. I'm also pro a whole lot of other faiths from throughout human history. Yeah. Really appreciate your words, even when you're speaking to someone who sounds like they're just trying to hurt you. I'm sorry you have to go through this regularly. You know, Rhombus, it goes with the territory, and honestly, when someone joins chat and the very first thing they ask me is something along those lines, I know that they're probably going to go in a direction like that. Tipster just gonna sub and leave a like. Well, chasing dopamine. Thank you very much. In addition to this, a lot of folks don't know how to be polite on the internet, as if it's different from meeting someone face to face and having manners in that situation. Yeah. I'm pro being left the fuck alone to practice my religion in the way I see fit. Not gonna lie, I thought it was a genuine question. It just usually isn't. I've been burned too many times. I've put my hand near that bush a few too many times. You know what I'm saying? Hey. All right. Now, folks, we've been going for about an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, folks. I've got an entire missed week of stream to make up for this month, so we're gonna be grinding hard. Did you hydrate? I did. This is full of the freshest and most refined anti-fascist water. From the secret Antifa wells that are filled with estrogen. Whew. Snuggle Kitten, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate you. Let's go. I do learn things from these interactions from both you and chat. It's true. You know? It's a good time. I thought the estrogen Antifa wells were only the stuff of legend. Well, you know, when Cortez went searching for the Fountain of Youth, let's just say she found what she was looking for.
Whoopsie.
Okay. I'm so happy for her. I'm not. She still did a genocide.
Sometimes, Dinesh, a genocide is just a genocide.
It's true. It's true. Just because she's a trans woman doesn't mean she can't do a genocide. Is Ponce de Leon? What is that quote? It's from a debate between Alex O'Connor and Dinesh D'Souza. It's very silly. But that's DEI, or should I say DIE? Oh, God. Oh. Bazinga. Good night, Haruko. Get good sleep. All right, moving right along. Whew. All right. So, folks, if you've ever wondered to yourself, why is Greg Gutfeld so aggressively unfunny? Have you ever wondered, like, why is the most watched conservative late night host so unfunny? I just have to shout out, and I don't know if this will be a segment or not. I don't know. But my God, Kat Abu, who you all should follow, formerly of Media Matters, compiled a 2-minute long clip of every single time in the span of 1 week Greg Gutfeld used a rhyme instead of a joke. It's a 2-minute long video. I'm gonna spoil the length, guys. It's a 2-minute long video. That's a lot of jokes in your late night comedy that are really just rhymes. That's too much. Like, I would be maybe a bit upset if a stand-up was rhyming instead of telling jokes. Are you prepared? Are you? I don't think you guys are. But let's dive right in. Let's dive right in.
Cost of food, milk, and gas. Step outside if you dare. There's turds in the air. Who should we be thanking for journalism tanking? When will Trump make the leap and announce his Veep? When will Trump make a peep about his choice for Veep? The media cries about their demise. For tabloid fodder, she's a keeper. But what if Taylor's stories went much deeper? Will politicians live forever thanks to a brain chip endeavor? Is your brain now Musk's domain? They'll have
I need to remind you all, I think they actually write these. He's not like ad-libbing these lines. These are there's a team of writers who get paid to write this dribble.
Diapers, canes, and chips in their brains. Elon enters your mind with a chip he designed. Libs start to panic if you destroy a statue that's satanic. Do they really come for peace when they assault our police? Crime's a surprise when it's in front of Gavin's eyes. It's asylum they seek, yet havoc they wreak. Is it funny when a millionaire begs for money? Why an alleged thief will get retirement relief? We open the door to your questions and more. When a story needs a lift, just add Taylor Swift. All Joe's obsessed with the dumbest members of the press. Teen boys pump the brakes on tampons next to urinal.
Do Republicans also treat like alliteration the same way? Like, can you dazzle like unironically, guys, I thought the bar was higher than this. I thought the bar was higher than this, guys. Republicans, are you really that dazzled by rhymes? Is that why? Is this why you all get so upset about pronouns?
Fucking pronouns!
Like, you're getting upset about the pronouns because you just don't understand like simple parts of speech, and now you're rhyming. I just, yeah. Did you all get hooked on Doctor Who because they started talking about timey-wimey? More advanced wordplay is gay. Yeah, wordplay. Too close to butt play, am I right?
Cakes. Boys vent frustration over products for menstruation. Should we demand an apology from boys who know basic biology? She's a civilian broad who pockets millions in army fraud. It drew no attention and won't affect her pension. Blame the grocer for your grief, says the...
Yeah, look, I hate to say this, guys, but I kind of miss old-timey Republican, like, speakers. Like, Rush Limbaugh was a terrible person on every single level, but, like, had some rhetorical skill. Like, he wasn't a comedian, but he wasn't trying to be. He was just trying to be an entertaining guy to his admittedly terrible audience. But this is such a downgrade. This is like if you gave a chimpanzee a television show and called it late night, And like every episode, it was just like a picture of like, you know, the good chimp that they like, and then the bad chimp that they hate. And like the bad chimp just gets like smeared with feces. Like this is the equivalent of that, but for humans. Like, my God. Bippity boppity, you are my property. Greg Gutfeld, maybe? It sounds like a direct quote.
Vegetable in chief. Thieves tried to give her the slip, but didn't count on her grip. Our video of the day comes to us from downtown LA. Biden blames the store if you're paying more. A woman takes a lot of heat for returning her dirty love seat. She defies conventions and wears extensions. Is Alyssa Milano trash? Because she begged for cash. You'll bust a gut over a typo at Pizza Hut. The crime wave they're having is news to Governor Gavin.
That was a lot. That was a lot of rhymes in 2 minutes and 2 seconds, and I'm so sorry. I took actual mental damage from that. I took actual mental damage. My God. That's an insult to chimpanzees. Our cousins are intelligent. Yeah, like I don't know. How do we get like even more lowbrow? Like, I don't know, guys. I officially died of cringe. You know, it's a lot, man. It's so much. Also, hey, Lemuria Mystic Cat. That was a lot, yeah. It's like if Dr. Seuss really wanted to say the N-word. Yeah, but like... man... It wasn't even Dr. Seuss levels. Like, Dr. Seuss was good at rhyming, guys. This was just two-sentence rhymes, man. That was a lot. Well, you know what? One thing is for sure. This Greg Gutfeld fellow really showed us, okay? The woke moralists.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
It's true. Conservatives are getting better at comedy. Oh, God. Kill me. That tweet is how old now? Who knows? It is eternal. Let's see here. Oh, just real quick.
Support to
I don't want to watch this entire thing, but can I just say, TYT, why are you doing the things you're doing? Like, I used to have so much respect for the Young Turks, and now I'm continually baffled by the decisions that they make. You know? It's hard. It's hard, and I don't understand why. And this in particular. This is a video called Charlie Kirk Talks to Anna Jank about Trump's spiraling, okay? Like, why are you having Charlie Kirk on? You know, like, what's the purpose here? Because Charlie Kirk is a bad faith actor. He's a fascist. He is a Christian nationalist. He does shows with his, like, evangelical, like, fasci church. It's weird. Is this another interview in addition to the one a few weeks ago? Yes, Ethriel. This is one from 6 days ago. This is from the DNC. And I just, there was a time when Charlie Kirk might have at least been described as someone who was willing to engage with, like, actual ideas, who would, like, you know, lose some kind of, I'm trying to think of a different way of saying this, but, like, lose face, lose clout. Like, there was actual skin in the game for him if, like, he just said something that was blatantly untrue, you know? Yes, here it is. But this happened, I think, a little bit after this. Which, yeah. Like, I need you all to understand, okay? What am I trying to get at here? I'm kind of rambling, right? What I need you all to understand is that, fundamentally, Charlie Kirk no longer cares about being correct, okay? He doesn't care about actually putting up an argument or a point. He has moved from trying to win people over by making arguments that appeal to some kind of logic or reasoning, and has moved into an anti-intellectual embrace of Christian nationalism, a more American formulation of fascism, right? And you can tell this because there was a point in his life where Charlie Kirk would argue, you know, with, you know, facts, you know, usually garnered from, like, conservative think tanks, but, you know, at least somewhat grounded in something out there, right? But the approach to the grift has changed, right? In the Trump era, increasingly, and I think that this comes from people like Alex Stein, if you guys are aware of who that is. Alex Stein is like, I believe he's a Blaze TV show host now. He's done some, like, incredibly weird and racist things on his show. Like, he had like a naked black man, like chained up on his, it was very weird. I did a video about it like a year and a half ago or something. He's famous for, like, sexually harassing AOC. It's really weird. And the issue is Alex Stein will just go out and say anything. Like, he'll go out and tell you that 9/11 was done by holograms with no shame, and then the next day, like, completely walk that back, contradict it, whatever. It doesn't matter, because the nature of the grift has fundamentally changed. You know, the audience no longer needs a veneer of truth to it. It can just be a lie. It can just be a lie. Because fundamentally, and you can see this in, like, a lot of the debates, specifically in, like, the manosphere from, like, the Andrew Tate types, they don't need to be correct about anything. They just need to maintain their vibe, whatever that is. And I think this really demonstrates what I'm talking about here, okay? This is a video that Charlie Kirk himself posted from the DNC. Okay.
Because we have a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State in the state of Georgia.
What's your name? You said Parker?
My name's Parker. We have a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State in Georgia that approved our elections, and Donald Trump said that wasn't constitutional.
Right,
Donald Trump tried to undermine our Constitution.
You're at 10. I just walked in. I'm here to just learn.
Hey, you're an anti-patriotic, anti-constitutional person crashing our party because you tried to stop our democracy.
I got one question.
Donald Trump called the Secretary of State of Georgia and told him to find him some votes.
What is a woman?
Oh my God.
See? It doesn't matter. You know? Oh, I'm just here with an open mind. I'm here to learn and listen. Ignores every single point, correct point, by the way, that this man, I believe Parker, president of the Young Democrats of Georgia, ignores every single point and just asks, like, the boilerplate transphobic talking point. You know? It doesn't matter anymore. I'll just finish this real quick.
That is so fucking weird, y'all. Maybe you should meet one.
I'm married to one.
Same.
I do have to say though, in a very similar vein, Charlie, why are you posting that? He owned you. He owned you, man. Like even in like Charlie's world, like he got wrecked. Like Charlie, if you don't know what a woman is, why are you asking? Why are you? How'd you marry one, Charlie? How'd you do that? Yeah, conservatives posting their L's. It's true. Tipster and a bunch of us were literally going ballistic over that video. It was strange. It's very strange, but it makes way more sense when you understand that for them being correct, like for these conservative grifters like Charlie Kirk, being correct doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter because what they're doing is radicalizing their base and reaching out via alternative routes to get more of an audience. Like for Charlie Kirk, his method of gaining audience share these days is essentially piggybacking off of this Christian nationalist kind of revivalist evangelical movement that he has attached himself to, you know? So for him, it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to be correct because all he needs to do is maintain the vibe. This is part of the instability and unsustainability of the fascist death cult. They are unable to deal with the world in empirical terms, and as a result, like they can't engage in this way anymore, you know? So it's just it brings me all back to my fundamental question here. Why are you engaging with him? Why engage with Charlie Kirk as if he is going to be acting in good faith? You know? Well, and Gamerg, I'm not saying that he cares or has ever been like a figure that is not grifting. The point that I'm trying to make is that the need to grift by using accurate information is gone. That era is dead. He can just say one thing and then say another a couple minutes later. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He can say the moon is made of cheese or that NASA's never been there. He can say the earth is flat. It doesn't matter. Because ultimately it's like this anti-empiricism. Really, for the current movement he's in, all that really matters at the end of the day is the fundamental question of like trans people and Jewish people. Like those are the two key questions for the movement Charlie Kirk is in right now that determine which kind of conservative faction you're in. It's just going full fascist at this point. And yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say, right? It's just so, it's bizarre to me. Here, let's look at, and maybe they push back, I don't know. I just was really struck by the fact that they had him on in the first place when he is so clearly a bad faith actor. And I don't think that they are capable of pushing back on him. Let's look at this effectively. Let's look at this most viewed portion of the video and before we move on, because I don't want to get bogged down in watching this almost hour-long exchange. I don't think it's worth our time.
We just want to urge you to lend your support to TYT.
Oh my God, it was an ad.
Love you for it. Here's the thing. Again, totally agree that if you run against the establishment, that's your best chance, right? And I think that before I got a sense that people love Trump for Trump on the MAGA side. Now I get a sense that there's even a splinter group that says, I actually don't love Trump, but I love that he's fighting the establishment and I hate the establishment so much, I'm gonna vote for Trump, right? But he hurts his cause massively when he's constantly pleasuring donors on stage at rallies. When he says like, oh yeah, I was against electric vehicles, but now Elon Musk is strongly endorsing me, meaning giving me $90 million, right? Yeah, and it might be more than that. So now I love electric vehicles.
I will give Trump some credit. If you listen to his Twitter space, he was pretty, they had a back.
Here's the thing, like, Charlie doesn't care about this.
And forth. They were talking more at each other than to each, with each other. But he still says he doesn't believe in the electric vehicle mandate, to be fair, right? He doesn't believe in the subsidies for electric vehicles. So, I mean, I'm sure there's other examples you could list, but look, politics is never going to be pure as much as we'd like it to be. But I think that President Trump has done a very good job of.
Again, it's the classic conservative rejoinder, which is just, he's imperfect, but we agree with him on most of the stuff.
Having this economic populist message. And the other message that needs to be talked about, which I think is the Achilles heel of the Democrat Party, where Bernie Sanders used to actually have a great position on, is immigration. And the vast majority of this country thinks that we have too many people coming into the country too quickly in an unvetted way. And the economic populism one, Kamala Harris, I said this on my show, she has put the Republicans on defense. I think her policies are insane, to be honest. We could debate that, but might be not a good use of our time. I think her policies are insane, but they're very popular. They're very popular to say, I'm going to make it easier for you to buy a home. I'm going to, make grocery prices more affordable. I think price controls are a bad idea. But immigration is a very difficult issue for the Democrats. It's very difficult for them to navigate because the body politic thinks that we have too many people coming into this country, and I think President Trump needs to lean into it.
So, sorry, just real last thing on the donors. I hear you.
Incredible.
On immigration.
More examples. I'm happy to.
Yeah. But so, you got Elon Musk, you got the oil companies where he just keeps saying, hey, look, they're giving me money and we should drill, baby, drill, and all this stuff. He just can't help himself from being obvious. But the number one, like the one that I'm curious as to your take, Miriam Adelson. So when.
No pushback at all on the immigration stuff? Like, guys, it's not like the facts are against Democrats and like, I mean, frankly, not even Democrats, leftists when it comes to immigration. Like, immigrants are good for the economy. Like, immigration boosts our economy. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, projects that we're going to bring in via immigration over $100 billion. Or sorry, not 100 billion. Sorry, $900 billion over the next decade due to immigration. Okay? If we do nothing to curtail immigration, our country will literally be almost $1 trillion more wealthy. If we actually funded the border in terms of like our administrative staff, our bureaucratic staff, we would actually be able to process people at a reasonable rate. People wouldn't be in detention for years and years and years, or awaiting their court dates for, multiple years because it's so backed up. If we actually just invested in it, it wouldn't be a huge problem, guys. But instead of any amount of pushback, like pointing out, hey, immigrants are less likely to commit crimes, including undocumented immigrants, than American citizens. We have data on this, guys. Like, it's really bizarre to me that there's no pushback on this when the rejoinders, when the response you make to this is just, hey, here's like 2 or 3 facts that completely blow you out of the water on this issue. But instead, let's talk about Miriam Adelson.
He's saying, hey, I gave her the Presidential Medal of Freedom. First of all, she's a donor. Why'd you give her the Presidential Medal of Freedom? That's terrible, right? And that's better than the Medal of Honor. That's a disaster, right? So what do you make of that? Like, are you bothered that he's saying those things?
No, I'm not. I mean, he's pro-Israel. You know, he's pro-Israel, and he's not going to share your views on that. But yeah, I mean, he was pro-Israel throughout his presidency. What you're getting at is he pro-Israel because of donor money? I don't believe that.
And you don't think? Do you think you should have given the Medal of Freedom to Miriam Adelson?
I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think he gave it to her also.
Yeah, like I have to be honest. Like, Cenk, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit if the president could give that medal to anybody? Like, didn't Rush Limbaugh get one? Like, it doesn't matter. Why are you like pushing back on the immigration point to try and make this, well, he gave a medal to like a bad person. Yeah. Why is that getting more airtime than the actual border issue? Yeah, Rush Limbaugh did get one. Okay. Yeah. So, anyway, I saw this video go up and I watched like the first couple minutes of it, but I was really struck here about the comments under the video. Oh crap, I actually agree with Charlie on the house issue. Most reasonable, Charlie. Capable of having a conversation. More Republicans should remember what that was like. Oh hey, Charlie Kirk is an idiot and deeply dishonest person. I think TYT should stop talking to him. He brings nothing to the table of right-wing idiocy. True. Yeah, like, here's the thing. Here, this comment, like, points it out. TYT sits there and is honest about every topic. This fucking idiot Kirk never at once says anything to agree with Trump's BS. Go figure, fucking Republican a-holes. Yeah, because Charlie Kirk doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't actually want to root his opinions in facts. He rejects empirical reality. Charlie Kirk had laser beams coming out of his eyes, was waiting for him to tear his shirt and reveal the S symbol. This was so refreshing. We need more discussions like this. The people who are going to hate on TYT for bringing Charlie on are the people who keep America divided. Yeah, because what we need to do is find common cause with fascists. That's worked out so well in the past of world history. Trump is going to win the biggest landslide in American history. Love from Spain. Thanks. We really need the Francoist support here in America. Like, haven't watched much of Charlie Kirk or know who he is, but he was so logical and smooth with his talking points and made Cenk's arguments look a little weak. I used to absolutely hate TYT after liking them in the beginning. Keep it up like this, have honest, friendly, and constructive conversations with the right wing, and you'll definitely get viewers like myself back again. Like, yeah. TYT, you reached the intended audience. You're reaching the core Republican demographic. You know, the core Trumper demographic. You know, your liberal politics are winning them over, I'm sure, and not the opposite. Really apropos of nothing here. Just taking a look over here. Adopting right-wing policies does not help center-left win votes. That's so interesting. Study of European electoral data suggests social democratic parties alienate supporters by moving towards the political center. Huh. I wonder if there's any larger lessons to be learned from this. Adopting right-wing policies on issues such as immigration and the economy does not help center-left parties win votes, according to a new analysis of European electoral and polling data. Faced with a 20-year decline in their vote share, according to rising support from the right, far right, and sometimes the far left, social democratic parties across Europe have increasingly sought salvation by moving towards the political center. However, the political analysis published on Wednesday shows the center-left parties promising, for example, to be tough on immigration or public spending are unlikely to attract potential voters on the right and risk alienating existing progressive supporters. So interesting. Voters tend to prefer the original to the copy, said Tariq Abu Shadi, an associate professor of European politics at the University of Oxford and co-founder of the Progressive Politics Research Network, which launched on Wednesday. That's so interesting. One of the most significant misperceptions the team's work had revealed, he said, concerned the nature of support for center-left parties in Europe. Social structures have been utterly transformed since the heyday of social democracy. The average social democratic voter today is very, very different from 50 or even 20 years ago and unlikely to be an industrial worker. The data also shows that most of this new constituency is actually both culturally progressive and economically left-wing. Oh, that's crazy. That's so weird. It's so weird that moving to the center would alienate people on the left. And I wonder if there's any lessons to take away from that for the largest progressive news network on the internet. I'm just going to leave it at that.
What are you, a fucking liberal? What? Whoa!
Anyway. TYT was never progressive. No, it certainly was. Has anyone told you you're gorgeous and adorable today? Aside from my partner, no, but well, maybe. I haven't checked Twitter, but I'll take it. Thank you so much for covering this. I've been so upset and frankly pissed about TYT for months. The comments section totally ended my TYT watching. John saying there's a storm coming in his ads. I don't know what that last bit is about, but yeah, there's been a definite shift, and it's been very dispiriting to see. TYT was like one of the things that got me interested in politics. You know, like I wanted to learn more about progressive values and ideas. And like I really looked up to and respected Anna and Cenk. You know, it's hard to launch a progressive news network, guys, and the fact that they did it is pretty cool and groundbreaking and has been quite successful, but like you know, it's been really downhill for like the last 2 years. I mean, honestly, probably like 4 years, but the last 2 years in particular. Yeah, Majority Report, that's always been top tier. Always been top tier. And Brianna Huffman, like, I've had Anna on the show. Like, it sucks. For a long time, my channel trailer was actually, like, an endorsement by the TYT hosts. They shouted me out on the show. And I know a lot of their mods watch my show, and, like, it's just sad. It bums me out. Not that the mods watch my show, but just like I sympathize with a lot of y'all. Oh, that is weird, Ellie. Hey, Preston. All right, folks, we've now been going for 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos because I missed all of last week and I need to make up for some lost time, baby. Oh man, Tipster, don't even get me started on Brianna Wu. What a fucking dipshit. God. She was like unironically posting transphobia the other day, and it's just like, holy shit. Like, what a terrible person. It's been very rare in my life where I've been completely and utterly justified in the thoughts that I've kept to myself about people I've known. You know, like, holy moly. Hey, Leaf of Leth. Finally off the clock, what's going on? We are going through just a number of topics before we get to the main catch-up. Who is her mentor, Blair White? Started rubbing shoulders with my harassers because I've been critical of her horrible positions. It doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, like Salmon Moose, yeah, like she was posting as like a 40-year-old woman about like asking Twitter what the N-word was. Like,
it's the return of the Dono Ghost.
Oh no, it's the Dono Ghost. I'm being haunted. Oh. Thank you for the $10 Dono, Archangel. Oh. The Dono Ghost. I know. Thank you, Dono Ghost. Yeah, how are you 40 American and not know the N-word? It's like something we learned in elementary school. Yeah. We do love us a good Dono Ghost. We do, don't we, folks? Well, that has to be a new GIF. Yeah, we need the Dono Ghost GIF. Yeah, honestly. Oh, by the way, speaking of the Majority Report, you know how last week we talked about William F. Buckley? We did an entire segment about in the middle of kind of the mythologizing of Project 2025. The video's up on the YouTube, by the way. We did an entire segment about how like they set up William F. Buckley as like this paragon of conservative values. The Majority Report went and posted like a video like the next day or the day after we did that segment about William F. Buckley and like his history in the conservative movement. I highly recommend it. I'm actually going to like go and get a link for you guys to that one because I watched it. It's genuinely very, very good. And if you ever wonder part of like, how did we get here? How did Republicans get here? Like, how did we get like Ben Shapiro? This will help you understand that. Majority Report. Real quick. Where are you at? There you are.
Sam.
Excellent clip. About 40 minutes long. You know, take a gander at it later, for sure. Hey, Mr. Anderson. Hello, Charlie. Actually watched a documentary about one of his debates with Gore Vidal. I should watch more old debates on the channel. I feel like that'd be good. Inshallah, Gamer G. Inshallah. All right. Also, I just this has been bothering the shit out of me, guys. So we're gonna talk about it. So there's this guy who is running for president of the United States, and his name is Cornel West. Now, Cornel West has been a pretty influential political figure. He's been making the rounds on television, organizing for years now, and it is Paladin.
Hello, I am the Dono Cat of good fortune. Send donos to Jack and good luck will come your way. Dono Cat goes meow. BWA.
Oh God. The weak breathy E sound, man, it gets me. That was so I've never heard such a breathy cat before. I feel like no cat would make that sound. I feel like that's more of like a very out of breath furry. Thank you, Dono Cat. Paladin, thank you for the 25 gifted subs.
Do you want a tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Hikiko Corgi. God. Thank you so much, guys. Let's go. Joe Cat?
Yeah, I just really like girls.
Yeah. You're about to be very disappointed in Cornel West. Yes, you are. But we're going to, real quick, restart that segment, all right? Can I get a Fur Babies? You haven't seen my new one? You absolutely can. Let's do that real quick. Or do you want... Nah, let's do it now. It's Fur Baby time. Ba-da, ba-da, ba. It's Fur Baby time. Ba-da, ba-da. Fur Baby. Da-da, da-da. Fur Baby time. Fur Baby. Ba-da, ba-da, Fur Baby. Da-da-da-da, Fur Baby. Da-da-da-da-da, Fur Baby time. Let's see, I think this seems about right. Yeah, okay, yep, alright. Cool. All right, guys, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Here we go. It's Fur Baby. Look at this prod-hungry mama. Oh. Alistair cries, got a little raccoon friend. Oh. Baby. A moody baby. A chair thieving baby. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Look in the skies, it's the Dono UFO.
Guys, the Dono UFO. I can see it beaming people up for probing. Oh my god. Oh. Oh god, it's done. So quiet. So probed. Thank you, Dono UFO. But also, please stop abducting people. Are these plush animals or these actual animals you have? Well, this is a plush animal. The animals that I'm showing on screen, these are animals from our community. Community members share pictures of their loved kitties and babies. Harvey! Oh, his name's Harvey, guys. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Oh. Oh my god. Look at these two friendly boys. Oh my god. Little toofies. A thief. A thief! Oh my god. So much poise. So ready to love or attack. The sleepiest baby. Curious baby. Just curled into a little kidney bean.
It's fun. It's fun.
Cats with jobs. Okay, that was 10 out of 10. Good job. Zoo visit. Look at these two gay tortoises. I don't know if they're gay. I'm just saying that. Baby. Powerful baby. Huntress baby. Oh, shaggy baby. Sea dog. I really love seals. Oh, meerkats. Meerkat family. Got to see the lions get fed. They only do that during opening hours, like once per week. That's so cool. Sleepy cat. Sleepy cat. Gone only 2 hours, and I got back. She's clinging to me. Yeah. She missed you, Gamer G. Sleepy cat. Oh my god. Is that couch really small or is that cat really big? Genuine question. How big is this cat? I need a banana for comparison. Sleepy cat, sleepy cat. Oh, look at it. Oh, God. Look at this little tumor-free floof. Fully recovered from Cushing's disease due to a tumor pressing on her adrenal gland. The vet said it was inoperable due to placement. With a few rounds of med and constant attention, she's officially healthy. There have been many celebratory belly scratches. That's so good, OS Crane. Oh. Oh my god. God, if I click this, it's going to take me to Blue Sky. I'm not clicking this, but as you can see, this is a very cool cat box mech. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Oh my god. This picture I just took of my cat makes her look like a stuffed animal, even though she's very real. I'm gonna need more photographic evidence that this is a real cat. I'm not gonna lie. It is hard for me to accept that this is a living, breathing creature. This one does look like a stuffed. This one looks like a stuffed animal. Psyop cat. Yeah. Oh baby. Sleepy baby. Three little lookers. Look at them. Little cuties. Oh man, he definitely. Look at him. Sleepy rat friend. Oh. Oh, I like it a lot. The rat is watching my stream. Remember, folks, get your animals tiny little laptops so they can watch my stream too. Gotta pump those numbers up. Pancake. Oh my god. That is a pancake. Albert. Oh my god. An adorable little man. Two who let me take pics with the Cubone skull prop and one who did not. Oh my god. You printed them cute little props? You make them hats? Rat hats. We need more rat hats in the world. Mine. A nibbler. Oh my god. Look at that little nut. He nuttin'. Look at how happy that rat is. You can see him smiling. Baby. Oh my god. Jack is rat approved. It's true. I'm polling at 80% with the rat vote. Visiting brother. Oh, are they related? Are they from the same litter? It's always so cute. Long-legged beef. Wait, the cat's name is Beef? Oh my god. Her name is Beef. Look at her. Oh my god. Okay, this looks terrifying. Was the flash on by accident? Is that what happened here? I feel like this is how I look when a flash unexpectedly hits my eye. Father, I would like a snack, please. Father, please. I'm starving. I require a snack for sustenance. Father, please. I will call him Steve. Oh, Steve. Nimbus. Oh. Paladin. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's so little. He's so little. Look at him. Look at this little guy. Look at this little lady. She's so cute. Very tiny pupper. Oh my god. I love puppies so much. A little teacup dog. Oh my god, she's perfect. I just feel like Diaz from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Again, it really feels like the Arlo episode right now. Just you know, I'm being a little like this right now. If anything were to happen to this puppy, I would kill all of you and then myself. Not for real, but the sentiment is the same. Took her out to see the family and play with her cousin the other day. Her sister attached to Nimbus my sister attached to Nimbus so hard. 6 weeks old. Oh my god. Picture I took of my favorite idiot before leaving for college. I miss her already. Oh. I hope you're getting plenty of pictures, Lemon Drop. What, you wanted to sit down? You thought? You thought? Oh. Nimbus is so sassy. Look at the amount of shade being thrown in that little expression. Oh, I love it. I love them. Especially on the Kirby blanket, too. That's adorable. Tom is like, I'm watching Jack, leave me alone. Oh, Dr. Evil, look at this one. I love colorful handkerchiefs on dogs. It's a weakness of mine. Who's this? Looking after my stepsister's doggy. What a little hot dog. What a little hot dog. Oh. This is Snow? He was a phoenix? I don't know what that means. I hope that doesn't mean you threw him into a fire. What a beautiful rooster. Too busy luxury eating to be in focus. There. Oh, hey, I think is this another picture? Is this photographic evidence that this is not a stuffed animal? Willoughby and Rumple teaser. This does look like a Rumple teaser. I don't know I don't know what that means, but the name fits. Concrete, christened by my friend Jacob. Concrete. Oh my god. Guys. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Look at Concrete, everybody. Baby. Who's this guy and why is he at my house? Fair. Adorable, though. Of my neighborhood cat, Nix. Oh. A loaf of Nix. Further evidence? Oh my god, this cat does just look like a stuffed animal. This is just a stuffed animal. Wild. The Void. Oh my god. Did that cat just eat like I don't know how to say this. Did your cat just eat an entire catnip edible? Cuz it looks like it's hitting. It looks like it's hitting right now. The eyes are just so big. Sadie Corgi. Oh, Sadie. Oh. Oh my god. What the fuck? This is too cute. He always looks like that. Black void with eyes. That's Momojo. Look at that smile. Oh my god. Fresh photo of him in bisexual lighting. Necessary. About time. Is this an invitation to a belly rub or a trap? That's what I always need to know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, cuties.
I'm not fucking.
Oh god, that's so loud.
Tripping. What the fuck? Man, Sean, it's a dog on the fucking riding lawnmower cutting the fucking grass. I got a video of this shit.
He's just going. That has to be like being remote controlled or something, but that is so fucking funny. The guy just runs out of things to say about it. Just keeps watching. That dog works harder than I do. Lulu insists. Oh, baby. Posing. Oh my god. Like a little lioness. Baby. That is one happy dog. Oh, baby. Look at this baby. Like actual baby. Oh, Scuppers. Named Scuppers. Oh. And Banana Brain's a little bit more Harvey. Damn, that is a high quality mouth picture. Oh my god. Adorable! Thank you for sharing all of your cat pictures and dog pictures and furry friendo pictures with me, chat. And thank you to Paladin Lost for the 25 sub dono. I appreciate it. That was great. 10 out of 10. Would do again. I want a fur baby now, right? Ugh. I needed that. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much. And, folks, continue to support stream today, because, trying to make up for lost time. Let's go. One more? There's one more? Alright, we'll do one. There's one. I don't know. I don't know what I expected.
Bragg Organic Apple Cider Vinegar is the original ACV that's raw, unfiltered, and always with the mother that her mother drank.
Since when does YouTube put advertisements on embedded Discord videos? This is a 10-hour-long video? This is a 10. He drives a golf cart for 10 hours? Who let him do this? How did he learn how to do this? I have so many question. Did he escape from the zoo? Is this his getaway vehicle? He drives for people around the zoo? Absolutely not. Absolutely no. No. Bro, if this guy pulls up and like people tell you to get in this cart, no, he's too big. This guy can like rip you limb from limb. He's too big. Cowards. Look, I need to see his license first, okay? Sue me. Still a better driver than my mom. You hop on the back. Oh, so you're not sitting next to him. Okay, I see. Yeah, I'm gonna need to see his license and registration, please. Which side are you on in the Planet of the Apes apocalypse? Good night, Robert Adset. He has such confidence. Yeah, he does have vibes. All right. That was fun. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing, everybody? Just real quick. Hey, also we have over 200 people watching right now. So remember, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos and sharing the stream, you know, with your friends, your family, your pets, etc., etc., etc. All right, folks. Why am I getting a commercial for kinky toys on this stream? I don't know. I don't choose what ads run on my stream. Hey, Gameflow. If you want to take that up, though, I would suggest reaching out to Twitch. Why they doing business with those kinky toys? Ads are targeted based on your searches. Someone's being a little spicy. Maybe you should clear your cookies and trackers more often, my friend. All right. So, there's this guy, all right? His name is Cornel West, and I just want to say that he's one of these people I've respected, I've seen on mainstream television, on mainstream networks, you know, talking the talk, and by all appearances, walking the walk when it comes to, you know, furthering the struggle of the civil rights era into the modern day. And I have a lot of respect for him. Or at least I had a lot of respect for him, because unfortunately, one of the things about Cornel West is that he decided to run to be president of the United States in 2024, which totally fine. You know, you are entitled to be able to do that. However, the way in which he has campaigned, the way in which he understands the political landscape, the way in which he has kind of repeatedly shown his ass on the campaign trail is Well, it's enough to make me reconsider my past support of him. Not the past support I had for the ideas, for his championing of civil rights, his pushing of progressive policies, etc., but of him himself. So, one of the things I saw, I guess this was just yesterday, is Cornel West writing this. Brothers and sisters, it's time we commit to understanding and addressing the role of pharmaceutical influence in public policy. I propose a COVID-19 Truth Commission to explore the disproportionate impact on marginalized communities, seek reparations, and ensure justice and equity in future responses. We must also challenge the censorship that silences diverse voices in these critical conversations. Additionally, we will establish a vaccine safety and utilization panel to restore trust in our public health institutions through science, transparency, and community engagement. Together, let's protect our nation's health and respect the autonomy of its people. And if you don't understand what he means here, like, you'd be forgiven for that, because it takes a lot of being kind of seeped in politics, I think, to pick up on how he's messaging here. But this is essentially Cornel West stepping into the void left by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Yeah, RFK Jr. dropped out of the race. We'll get to that. We'll cover that in a bit. But yeah, Cornel West here is just trying to step into the vacuum left by the vaccine skeptics. And I think that's a bit telling. Here, let's watch this video. We'll watch the little video he attached to it.
I want to speak to my brothers and sisters of all colors who are concerned about not just the vaccine, but the role of the pharmaceutical company in shaping public policy, not allowing the various voices to be heard, the role of censorship.
So, just real quick, okay? Let's just break this down bit by bit, okay? Who are concerned not just about the vaccine, but the role of the pharmaceutical companies in shaping public policy. We'll start with that, okay? The way you address people being concerned about the vaccine and vaccines is by engaging with the science of it, by explaining how it works, by explaining what mechanisms make it work, like what all's in it, etc., etc., etc. And that information is already out there. That information exists. The data and the science about the vaccine's safety and efficacy, that's out. We know that. It's been out for years now. So, you don't address vaccine safety concerns by ignoring that aspect. Okay? And that, but that is kind of ignored here, and instead attached to the pharmaceutical industry's effect on public policy. Now, that is a real problem. But it's not necessarily a real problem in the sense that it is linked to vaccine safety. Okay? And what I mean by that is that the main problem when it comes to the pharmaceutical industry is shaping public policy is essentially wanting to charge the American people for the vaccine, to make record profits off of monopolizing the vaccine and keeping kind of like these pockets of, market share intact in perpetuity. Like, that's kind of the thing that they're doing when it comes to public policy around the vaccine. they're not shaping public policy to like needlessly get people vaccinated or to like public policy that makes vaccines less safe. Those aren't really their goals. It's the you know, charging us more. Like it's the privatized healthcare system. It is the you know, the lack of collective bargaining around drug prices. It's the issue here is capitalism. It's not evil people in the pharmaceutical industry want to poison you and your baby. And it's also not, we just don't know what they're putting in the vaccines. They could cause autism in your body. Like, we know that's not true. The research is already in on that. You can go look at it yourself or watch an H-bomb guy video about it, I guess. Or, like, find any number of competent science communicators who can kind of parse more dense research papers for you. These are all things that exist. So all I'm trying to point out here, vaccine safety and pharmaceutical industry writing public policy, both important, but we have the answer to vaccine safety, and we already know how the pharmaceutical industry is shaping public policy. And it's not, those two things don't really relate very well.
Not allowing the various voices to be heard, the role of censorship.
Again, when you're talking about the role of censorship as it relates to this particular topic, the people who are largely portrayed as being censored are people who are talking about how vaccines cause autism, how you're going to suddenly drop dead if you take a COVID vaccine, etc., etc., etc. Like, the people being censored are the people miscommunicating the science to people. Is the whole anti-vax movement a psyop from Big Pharma? No. In a very tiny way, yes, but mostly no. In the very tiny way it is that the whole vaccines cause autism argument was basically designed to get the British government to endorse like a three-part three separate vaccination shots that were privately owned by a private corporation that the researcher had stake in, as opposed to a 3-in-1 vaccination. The essential argument being that, like, oh, if you get all three of them in one shot, it might give your kids autism, but if you space it out into 3 different shots, then they're not going to be as likely to get autism, and so you should definitely get the 3 separate ones that are only done by the company that I have a stake in. Like, that was a thing that happened. But, is what the anti-vax movement right now, is that a psyop of Big Pharma? No. It's honestly just taken on a life of its own. There are economic incentives of its own. Very good example of this would be like Jimmy Dore, for example. Like Jimmy Dore's entire channel took off because he embraced vaccine skepticism. It's a core component of his audience. And so he has an incredibly huge financial incentive to continue with this stuff. So, like, there's also, like, a thriving, like, alternative health market where you can, like, get into, like, very niche kind of Gwyneth Paltrow-like hippy-dippy-woo healing nonsense. So, like, in a way, like, there's... like in like a lot of capitalist not abuse, what exploitation of like this demographic of anti-vax that continues to perpetuate it, but is also profiting off of it. But it's not really a Big Pharma thing. Big Pharma doesn't care if you get your vaccine or not, really. The anti-vax movement is a thing because some cunt wanted more money? Yes. And also because then he kept getting paid a lot of money to go and talk about anti-vax stuff. Yeah.
Censorship, the attempt to impose closure on various voices that would help us understand what's really going on when.
Again, that would help us understand what's really going on. You know, what's really going on. He's alluding to the fact that he believes there's a conspiracy around vaccines.
When it comes to healthcare policy vis-a-vis vaccine, I want a truth commission to find out what happened in the past, and I want to make sure that each and every one of us have fair access to the truth.
Now, here's one thing, right? I think it would be great if the United States made a commission to look into healthcare abuses, both present and historical. I think that would be really, really good. But Cornel West seems to be proposing that we need to look into vaccine safety both now and in the past because he is trying to allude to the fact that there is a conspiracy that to make vaccines unsafe. You know? Because have there been like horrific healthcare abuses, specifically of the African American community and the indigenous community? Absolutely. Absolutely. Should we investigate those? Yes. Does that have to do with vaccine safety right now? No. Does it speak to the fact that there is a large, grand conspiracy between Big Pharma and the government to get you vaccinated with unsafe vaccines? No. He's linking these ideas and using progressive-sounding language to sell conspiracism. And then, of course, he's continuing to run for president. And you know how I know he's full of shit on this? You know how I know that, like, he's directly tapping into this because RFK has tapped out of the race? Well, let's who all's talking about this? Oh wait, is it Robert F. Kennedy Jr. replying to Cornel West saying, "So grateful to you, Cornel, for commitment to ending the corruption"? You know, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the guy who got children killed in American Samoa due to his anti-vax advocacy. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the guy who thinks vaccines cause autism and that the Jews caused COVID-19. Like, I don't know, guys. Maybe you should pay attention to who is being courted with this rhetoric. Roger Stone replying to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. "Something significant is happening in American politics, but I wholeheartedly agree with Cornel West." Yeah, when the guy who has Nixon's face tattooed across his back is agreeing with you, you're lost, man. You're lost. Just, yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm not kidding about the Nixon tattoo thing, guys. I'm not kidding about it. It's real, unfortunately. He loved Nixon so much he tattooed his face on his back. He got a Nixon tramp stamp. It's weird. Like, and you might be like, oh, well, that could be, here's another one. Here's a more modern one. Look at it. So, Cornell West, you're in great company right now, man. Great company. There's really no coming back once you embrace anti-vax rhetoric. Like, you're gone. Like, you're just fully gone. Okay? People who are embracing anti-vax rhetoric, you're courting the people who think microchips are being implanted under your skin. You're courting the people who think that, like, autism is gross and bad, and, like, if your child is autistic, they're ruined for life. That's the demographic that you're courting here, and you're courting anti-empiricists. You're courting people who are primed to accept fascism. You're courting a bunch of anti-science rubes who lack the curiosity to even Google scholarly research on the subjects that they profess to be interested in. Pro tip, okay? Just pro tip, all right? If you are an anti-vaxxer, please, for the love of God, actually go and, like, look up the scholarly research on the vaccines that you're concerned about. Go look and see if those studies have been pulled. Go look and see what the responses are, because when a study gets pulled, there's plenty of documentation about it, about why it got pulled, and the arguments for pulling it. And I gotta tell you something. Weirdly enough, it's not because the big pharmaceutical donor told us we had to do it, otherwise they weren't going to give us more money. No, it's just the science doesn't back the anti-vax position. People like you are bringing back polio. I would just appreciate it if maybe you bothered to do your research before inflicting polio on the modern world again. Anyway. Deeply disappointing stuff.
Time went along.
I don't have it in me to do this entire thing, but I think you can see a lot of this in how, you know, I mentioned Jimmy Dore's audience, and I did kind of want to go through this just real quick, but I don't think we have the time. But here is a quick clip from the debate between Jimmy Dore and Sam Seder in 2016 about the election that I feel like is somewhat related.
One will be they're refusing to hold hearings for her nominee, and that will just go on and on because there's not going to be anything else that's going on. It's going to be a fundamentally different media era. So I don't think they're going to be able to hold out for 4 years, and Democrats certainly wouldn't be able to hold out for 4 years because they don't believe in the destruction of the Senate as an institution in the way that Republicans do. And frankly, I'm glad about that.
Okay, so you don't. So here's my theory. I'll just give you my theory: is that if the Republicans can do this to a guy like Merrick Garland, that they've already said is a great justice, for a whole year without batting an eye and paying no political price for it, I say the Democrats will be able to filibuster someone that Donald Trump nominated, and then in 2 years, the Senate, in my opinion, it would flip to Republican just because of. I agree with Chris Hayes when he says that if Donald Trump becomes president, it's the destruction of the Republican Party, and Paul Ryan is not going to usher any of his crazy policies through Congress. So
I honestly, like, if you're a Jimmy Dore fan, like, I don't understand how you, and you consider yourself a leftist, of course, which I'm sure is a shrinking minority of his viewers these days. You have to do a lot of work, a lot of mental gymnastics to be like, wow, how did he get it so wrong? He's literally arguing here that, oh, well, you know, if Donald Trump becomes president, it's no big deal. Nothing will happen because Democrats will just filibuster anything he does. Insane. Insane. Like, the political instincts of anti-vaxxers are horrible. And they're horrible because anti-vax is kind of the gateway to what I've been talking about for a while now. It's the conspiracy singularity. This reliance on an anti-empiricist ideology, the anti-vax shit, leads you into the gravity well, the ideological gravity well of the conspiracy singularity. And then you start bumping heads with more and more isolated fringe communities, the QAnon folk, the flat earthers, you know? And suddenly, like, you realize your non-conspiracy friends just don't really get along with you very well anymore. But you know what? You find that people from other conspiracy communities, wow, they kind of get you. And you know, it's they seem to share a lot of commonalities, or rather, one very big commonality, which is that at the end of the day, these conspiracies all really rely on some kind of shadowy organization that controls the world and is pushing this LGBTQ ideology in order to weaken society, and you know, are taking a lot of these steps to kind of dilute the normal society with their undesirables. What I'm saying is, as you approach kind of the center of the singularity, you just become an anti-Semite. You become a homophobic, transphobic, anti-Semite who believes the entire world is out to get you. And at the bottom of that gravity well, united by these beliefs and a complete rejection of facts, is fascism. It's the fascist death cult. And, you know, all I'm saying is, you watch Jimmy Dore here 7 years ago expressing asinine political instincts while slowly being in the beginning stages of embracing this anti-vax, anti-empiricist ideology, and jump ahead to 6 days ago. And, wow. Huh.
Moons ago, before they decided to establish Israel as a country, I know you've read like the short version in the classroom, and it was like, oh, the Holocaust happened, and then we realized that Israel needs a state. No, that's not how it went down. That's not how it went down at the F all, okay? Catholics and Christians were going missing on Passover, and then they would find bodies, okay, across Europe, and they were able to trace them back to Jews. Blood libel. There weren't Jews, okay? These were Frankists. And so just like...
Yeah, you know, Jimmy Dore and his co-host, who, by the way, hosted an incredibly friendly interview with Candace Owens like a week or two ago. We covered it. Are now just like breathlessly watching her literally engaging in blood libel anti-Semitism. Yeah, what she just said here was Jews were abducting and killing people for their occult Jewish rituals. Like, that's blood libel, guys. Is that Candace Owens? Yeah, that is indeed Candace Owens.
Leo Frank killed Mary Fagan on Passover back in...
Do you know what Frankists are?
Yeah, that's the people that aren't Jews that use Jews. That basically, they used to make deals with the even the Catholic Church. The Pope wasn't in on it. Like, there were crazy anti-Semite kind of bishops, and these Frankists that are like anti-Jews would conspire with them to kill Jews, and the Pope had to put a stop to the pogroms they caused. So you know how Christians, there's not a great... Oh yeah, okay. The Sabbateans are the first iteration of this, Sabbatai Zevi, and that's known as the biggest catastrophe in Judaism before the Holocaust. And that's when a fake Messiah came out, and his whole thing was like Rasputin, like you have to sin for salvation. There's some nonsense where you're like, yeah, you got to do really bad stuff, and then that will make the Messiah come faster. I mean, come to earth.
Like, I'm not going to entertain this entire 20-minute video. But this is Jimmy Dore's MO now. This is Jimmy Dore's MO. Basically, he's like, wow, is this anti-Semitic blood libel true? And then his co-host is like, oh yeah, it's definitely true, bro. Trust me. Definitely true. You know, the Jews really were just executing Catholics. Yeah, it was a real thing that was going on. Like, and thus we should definitely believe Candace Owens' blood libel. Like, this is the conspiracy singularity, guys. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It starts out, and then it just spirals down. Why is chat different on your screen? Because that chat is over on riverboat.gg, which you can just go to in your URL bar. Just like...
faster. Jesus.
Yes.
Okay. It was in Turkey. This guy was in Turkey, and he took like 50 to 60% of all the Jews at the time went along with this. The ones that...
Can we get like citations? Yeah, there's this guy in Turkey. 50 to 60% of the Jews did this thing.
And the problem was back then, so many Jews have been persecuted so much. They had a thing of not kicking anybody out. Like, we need every Jew we can get. And so they let this guy. They didn't like say, hey, you're not one of us, because it was like we're going to be extinct. And then there was one guy that was like really a faithful like rabbi that saw through it the whole time. And I don't remember his name offhand.
Man, this sounds like really reliable information. Shabtai Tzvi was a real dude, but his movement wasn't really that big. Yeah. Like, I don't doubt that you can, like, find instances of, like, political or religious leaders from the Jewish roots, like, doing bad stuff throughout European history. That's every group in Europe. Every group in Europe has that. But once you're, like, putting forward that, like, it's part of a grand conspiracy of, like, a Jewish minority trying to manipulate all of continental Europe in order to do blood libel, like, that's insane. You've gone from, like, talking about a historical moment in time, or, like, even, like, a historical trend, and instead you're talking about a full-blown conspiracy that is not at all supported by the historical record. Anyway, we're not watching the rest of this because it's garbage. And I think you all should be able to recognize garbage. I just showed you the dumpster. Hopefully that helps you identify it in the future. Don't trip into the dumpster, folks. Just trying to arm you with the tools you need to avoid tripping into that dumpster. the bad stuff that Shabtai Tzvi was about wasn't kill babies and use their blood for matzah, but more like, I don't know, do adultery or whatever. Yeah. I can only show you the dumpster. You have to walk into it yourself. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. Thanks for watching, and thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hope you're keeping cool in the heat wave. Oh God. All right. Enough of that. Finished that segment. Oh, speaking of, might be worth raising an eyebrow. Like, it's not surprising. Like, this shouldn't surprise anybody. Donald Trump is a fascist. And in keeping with, you know, the fascists of, you know, a couple generations ago, Donald Trump finds a kinship with fascists from all over the globe. And it's really not that surprising that upon well, let me put it this way. I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner. Trump shared post from N-word spewing account that claims Hitler was right and the Holocaust never happened. It's not surprising, dude. The account proudly proclaims that it's a white nationalist account that talks about make anti-Semitism great again and calls the Holocaust the hollow hoax. 6 million never happened. And, yeah, just quietly retweeting or retruthing. Oh, I guess retweeting now that he's back. The account, The Rise of Rod, that has tweeted Adolf Hitler was right. Hitler didn't kill 6 million Jews, but Stalin did kill 50 million Christians. It's my First Amendment right to call out the hollow hoax. 6 million never happened. Has repeatedly used the N-word. Talked about how the Jews did 9/11. Shared this meme. Like, if you're a conservative, okay, you can claim, oh, well, Donald Trump just never saw all of that. You want a president who's in control of, like, the nuclear codes of the largest superpower on Earth, who doesn't do his due diligence when operating in a political capacity? Like, this isn't your uncle who has, like, a successful snowmobiling business and gets drunk every Thanksgiving. This isn't like a low stakes situation. You need someone who's gonna do their due diligence. Like, I don't know, maybe it should be somewhat troubling if you're like, oh, well, you know, he just does what he wants. He just posts his, you know, he posts from the hip. Pow. Like, maybe it should be a bit troubling that he's finding it so easy to post from white nationalist anti-Semite accounts from the hip. Maybe you should do a bit of a double take on the company you're keeping as a conservative, the kind of people that you're putting into power. Maybe you should consider your thoughts and deeds and the consequences thereof. Does Riverboat Jack have an uncle that crashed his snowmobile? No. But I do know that a lot of conservatives tend to be like from the family that owns the snowmobile dealership just outside of your tiny town that makes, 7 figures a year. Anyway, just think that maybe it's bad, and we shouldn't have a fascist president. I don't know where I got that idea. Anyway.
Oh, give me a break.
Okay. Chat, we have now been going for over 3 hours. If you've been enjoying stream, hit the follow button, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get going. How are we doing on the likes, by the way? How are we doing? We're at 103 likes. You guys, I was just about to admonish you for not hitting the like button enough, but look at you guys go. Look at you. I'm so proud of you. You're doing your old lady proud. Good job. All right. And with that, let's move on to this video. Now,
to Minneapolis, go back to the Twin Cities. Go.
Oh, a bit of a spoiler. Ho ho ho. Let's back that up a little bit. Let's just back that up a little bit. So there's this guy called Actual Justice Warrior, and he likes to talk a lot about crime and justice, and I see him getting retweeted by folks like Anna Kasparian, and maybe he has a good point, I would say, except that I've repeatedly watched his videos in the past, and every single one of them is brain dead slop for conservatives. And usually I just ignore it because it's brain dead slop made for conservatives, but do want to take a look at this because he put out a video less than a day ago called "Minneapolis Has Collapsed." Now, for those of you who don't know, I live in Minneapolis, and so this was a bit this was some news to me. I live here, and it doesn't really seem like it's collapsed. So I'm curious. What does he know that I don't? Am I in danger? Do I need to flee? Oh my gosh, really? It's collapsed? Let's find out more.
Cell phones, receipts.
That's a kid?
Yeah, that's a stolen car. There would be 2 stolen cars right there.
Now that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
Oh my God. A video of a crime? Well, if there's video of a crime happening, the entire city is lost.
Has officially accepted the VP nomination. There's a lot of people talking about what happened in Minneapolis during the Black Lives Matter riots, what Walz allowed to happen, but I think this kind of misses the point. It's about what's happening in Minneapolis, what's happening in the Twin Cities, what's happening all over this country post.
Hey, you want to know what's happening right now in like Minneapolis, Minnesota? You want to know what's happening right now? Are you guys ready to see like the destruction and like terror at play. Let's see. I need from like, I don't know, last like week or so. Ooh. Let's see.
Welcome back, everybody. Is a leader of the state
Day
and just got back from the Democratic
Fair.
National Convention. Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan is here now. Thanks for being with us here tonight.
Thanks so much for having me.
Why was it playing another video? That's so weird.
Has gotten slower. It's not a referendum on the quality of the show. It's the fact that we've all lost collectively 150 pounds from sweating. It's just, let's get Aaron a mic here. Thank you, Chris. You're the best. Hey, before we introduce, I hope you guys don't mind. I just want to say, because I brought up the heat, I want to give a shout out to our crew who is working behind the scenes, our engineers. They are standing around. I just do this for
The absolute destruction being wrought here. It's so hard to even watch the unspeakable levels of suffering.
a couple hours. They have to stand here through the news and everything. They're very hardworking, and I really, really appreciate them on a normal day. Today, a lot. From the American Baking Show audience, give it up for Nicole and Jen, everybody. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Welcome. Good to see you again. Okay, Nicole, let's start with you. You've been on our show before.
Yes.
And now this is State Fair edition. I loved your baking in the studio, and the State Fair really loves. Holy crap! I just know. Are these all of your ribbons?
These are from over the years, so I started entering.
Oh, I thought these were just from this year.
I did get like a bunch of ribbons this year as well, but this is just since
I love how you
started.
slipped that in right there.
Oh no, we're getting too good at making cookies, chat.
Okay, so I'm not going to do the math. Do you know how many you've won?
So, including the ones this year, I've won 26.
Holy
Really? Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
I mean, compared to some of the bakers, it's nothing, but it's...
No, forget about them. They're not a guest on my show. You are. What did you, yeah, right, Aaron? Have you ever won a ribbon?
No.
Okay,
I mean,
oh man, the absolute destruction. Why? Oh God! It's the lieutenant governor, chat. It's the lieutenant governor. She's going to incite BLM riots at the state fair. Everybody on camera. Good thing we have Fox News on the scene.
Well, our next guest is a leader of the state and just got back from the Democratic National Convention. Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan is here now. Thanks for being with us here tonight.
Thanks so much for having me.
Okay, you said you just got back from the DNC. You got to go to Chicago. I have to imagine that was pretty energized.
It was incredible. It was a party every night, just joy-filled, people having a great time, a spotlight on Minnesota. It was a lot of fun.
Look at the unspeakable amounts of rioting happening in the background.
I'm a little tired, but I'm super excited to be here at the Minnesota State Fair today.
I know. I was wondering, and I have to admit, some people are. I mean, certainly the governor's sort of thrust it into a whole new world. You're not in a new world, but you are kind of.
Look at all of the barricades being erected on the streets by the protesters. They've repurposed vans to block traffic.
Taking on two roles now. What has that transition been like? And are you doing two jobs then?
Well, so the governor and I have been really intentional about governing in partnership together for the last 6 years. So, we literally sit side.
Look at that. Did you see that? Did you see that, chat?
Together for the last 6 years.
Look at these two people wielding weapons in the background. On camera.
So, we literally sit side by side in the cabinet room as we put together the budget and policy. So that is, something that I've been used to. I'm picking up additional things here and there, but the governor and I are in constant communication. He knows that his number one job is still to be the governor of this state. He is the governor of this state, and we've just been talking a lot about Minnesota to the national news and telling people about why we've got such a great state.
So you remain in contact about things going on here, policy and that kind of thing, and whatever, right?
That's correct. And he was here last week. We made judicial appointments. I expect he will be here again this week, and last week was a little busy, but it's we're making it work, and he knows what his top priority is, which is Minnesota.
my God. Insane. The destruction.
The Black Lives Matter riots, post George Floyd, the George Floyd effect. And what I open with right there is a video that is perfectly indicative of what I'm talking about. Here you have the police maybe conducting an interview or doing a stop. I'm not exactly sure. Cameras are rolling. And while they're doing this, and by the way, even though they're not in full uniform, you can see the vest and it says police on them. 2 stolen cars loaded up with kids. We're talking about the Kia boys, the Hyundai boys, whatever you want to call them, speed past them in broad daylight like it's perfectly normal. And the way that the Minnesota police tell this woman what's actually happening is so casual, and the reason for that is because this has become normalized in that particular city. Criminality is absolutely out of control, and when people talk about criminal justice reforms going soft on youthful offenders, this is the result, and we've highlighted it time and time again. But it's important to go back to Minneapolis, go back to the Twin Cities, go back to the state of Minnesota, the origin point of this cancer that spread across our nation during 2020, and look at what it has wrought. Look at what the George Floyd effect actually is. It's that brazen. It's that common. It's that ordinary now. Now we're going to get into this, but
is it though? Is it? I wonder. Oh. That's inconvenient. Huh. I wonder if we look at the more data for, like, I don't know, 2020 through 2024. I wonder if we might see some interesting trends.
But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't pre-watch this. Girl, he's using you. He's using you to like solicit support. No, this isn't me doing a bit. Unironically, this is not me doing a bit. Like, I can't imagine a stronger condemnation of the current arc she's on. My God.
Okay?
Stunning new video of brazen kids and stolen cars speeding right past police.
Officers say they are dealing with that every day.
Oh, man. This sure would be a concerning story if not for certain facts that I have yet to reveal.
Cities across the metro. The troubling trend took a tragic turn when 4 kids were shot this weekend. So how can we pump the brakes on these dangerous drives?
Look, the answer on how to stop these dangerous drives is not a complicated question. You don't need to convene a panel of experts. You just need to think about when these things were not happening and realize that if you change the laws back to those laws, that will end up resetting us where we are. Now, obviously, there are issues in terms of recruitment. The Minneapolis PD has been absolutely devastated post the Black Lives Matter riots, and another incident that
That's so interesting. In what way? Can you elaborate?
That followed the Black Lives Matter riots, with that female cop who inadvertently shot somebody when she thought she was reaching for her taser, and the effects of the devastated recruitment in Minneapolis Police Department and other police departments in and around the area are going to take a little bit more to undo.
Okay, so they've been devastated because the police have been struggling to recruit. Okay. So your argument is that there are fewer cops and therefore the crime rate has gone up.
Than just changing the laws back.
Our Uba Ali sat down with a half dozen police chiefs and hit the streets for a story you will see only on WCCO.
But step one, the first thing that you should do is think back to a time where this didn't occur and try to make your laws as similar as possible to then. Now, obviously, there are issues with the Kia problem. We all understand that TikTok challenge where they showed that you can start a Kia with the back of a USB cord is a disaster. But the fact of the matter is, you need to enforce the law against these people, show that there's consequences, because Kias have been all over the world, and guess what? The only place where they're being stolen super frequently is in the United States of America, in specific neighborhoods, and these people aren't even hiding their crimes. When the Kia boys are famous because of the videos that they themselves post on social media, and you're still not able to engage them, the problem is you. The problem is the system. The problem is policing. When you steal cars over and over and over again, drive like maniacs, and you get a slap on the wrist repeatedly, the problem is the law enforcement system. This is not hard.
In this room, we need answers and we need help. There's one troubling trend top of mind.
They're getting younger and younger, and they're armed and they're committing more violent crime.
Children stealing.
Damn. How young are we talking? We're talking 5? Like it used to be back in the day, like, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds would steal cars? Now it's, what are you saying, 13? 12? 10? 8? 7? How young are we talking? Surely there's like a limit to how young someone can be and successfully steal a car.
Cars with apparently no fear of the consequences. This dashcam video in Edina shows kids in stolen cars speeding at high rates.
Yeah, we've done some in-depth police work, and we've determined that we have a criminal ring here in Minneapolis, all suffering from Benjamin Button disease. So while they may appear to be 15 years old, 16 years old, they're actually in their 80s, possibly 70s. It's a big problem to determine who does and does not have a Benjamin Button syndrome going on. It's part of what's destroying Minneapolis.
Ultimately forcing officers to back off.
I want you guys to really think about what you just heard right there. This is dashcam video from the Edina Police Department. They approached 2 stolen cars.
Damn. Not Edina. Not the crime-riddled suburb of Edina. Not the suburb of people that would be colloquially called cake eaters by the high schoolers at my high school because they are from such a wealthy suburban district. Not Edina, the place that... Just real quick here about Edina. Oh. Not Edina, the town in Minnesota historically referred to by historian James W. Lowen as a sundown town. Huh. Wow. Not the place that, in response to being called rich, stuck-up cake eaters by other high schools, had a high school of students that responded with, like, racial slurs. Anyway, that's some local politics for you guys. I will never pass up an opportunity to mock Edina.
The two stolen cars flee from the cops. They jump the curb and they end up taking off. But because they were driving so fast...
Too tired to be funny. Just take my money. BWA.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh. Sorry. For those of you who don't know what a sundown town is, a sundown town is a place where if you are non-white, it would be considered unsafe for you to be after the sun goes down. I.e., you risk harassment, physical injury, or even death by being in that town after the sun has gone down. You know, it's not... I wouldn't say that Edina today is a sundown town, but I would say that it's not exactly the most comfortable place to be if you're a non-white individual. You know, the kind of place where you walk into stores, and if you are non-white and don't have, like, a white friend with you, the people who work at the stores are going to follow you around to see and make sure you aren't stealing anything, because that's just kind of their default assumption. It's, not a good place, and I deeply dislike it.
Fast and so insanely in this particular scenario, the police were, according to the reporter, forced to back off this situation. They were forced to pull back. So if you want to know why kids are stealing cars, and then when
they were forced to pull back probably because they didn't want to kill children. That's actually kind of a success of the policy, you know, like they didn't wind up killing children. I think that's good.
And even the police see them, they drive crazy and they speed. It's because the policies in this area, in this state, incentivize them to do so. You can pull over.
Yeah, it's almost like having a high-speed police chase in a residential neighborhood is probably really dangerous and shouldn't be pursued when you have them on camera and can, like, identify the license plates and, like, maybe find them afterwards when they're not riding high off of their crime.
And actually submit to capture, maybe get arrested, get a slap on the wrist, maybe spend 45 minutes in jail, not have as much fun, or you could drive like a maniac, speed up like crazy.
Yeah, folks, how when you were like 15, 14, 13 years old, which is kind of the age range when a cop says like they're getting younger and younger, I assume it's somewhere in there. You know, children of that age, how they sit down and they think, hey, should I not steal this car because of the increasingly severe consequences that it could have, legally speaking? You know, do those children, like, consult lawyers before they do their crime? Like, no, they just do the crime because they're children, man. It's not rocket science. They're not thinking it through. If it had the death penalty attached to it, they would probably still do it because they're children. Well, I guess, yeah, we need baby lawyers now, yeah. Goo goo gaga, Your Honor.
Put everybody else in danger and be rewarded for that. Are we surprised that this is...
Also, they're children. What do you think is going to happen to them, even if they get caught by the police? They're going to juvie. Like, it's not... They're not like, what? Oh, we need harsher punishments for child criminals? What are you talking about, man? We need boss babies.
What is going on. And by the way, these criminals are 100% aware of this. We heard this from the Tommy G Kia Boys documentary that came out years ago, that the reason why, or one of the reasons why, they drive like maniacs is because the police have to terminate the pursuit.
Have you ever gotten into a police chase before?
They can't chase, cause they can, but like after you doing so much danger, they gotta terminate it.
It's not just a one-off. It's not just a stupid-ass policy that's in Milwaukee that led to devastating results. That
People talking about how bad crime is today make me crazy. Like, I grew up in the 90s, this is nothing.
Yeah, I grew up, when, just out of curiosity, just real quick. Just real quick here. When was Minneapolis colloquially called Murderapolis? Yes. That's just a few shy of the total killings in 1995, when the city earned the nickname Murderapolis. Because our city used to be so unsafe, that's what it was called. It's not called that anymore, just as an FYI. Goodness.
Changed. This is a policy that is replicated in multiple different places, and we keep seeing, as a result of that policy, more and more car thefts, more and more people driving like crazy.
Yeah.
This is called an incentive. These people are responding to that incentive.
Man, I would have a lot more to say about this, but I'm just going to let him have more rope.
How about this as an idea? You get pulled over by the cops when you have a stolen car, you surrender, you get a lower sentence than the person who doesn't pull over, who drives like a maniac and puts more and more people in danger. How about we have that, and maybe we...
Okay, but that's already the case. Like that's already the case. The reason police officers are told not to pursue vehicles like that are driving erratically is because when you put the pressure of pursuit on a vehicle that is behaving that way, it then behaves more erratically, which puts both the people in the car that are being chased in more danger, the police officers in more danger, and bystanders in more danger, and I know conservatives care a lot about this, other people's property in more danger. Like, again, this is a news story about teenagers, children, stealing cars, right? Do you think that these are good drivers? Do you think that they're all Fast and the Furious drivers? Or are they gangly-ass children who haven't finished puberty yet and don't really know very well how to drive cars? And do you think that they're going to drive better if they're being in a high-speed pursuit with police officers? Or do you think that that just sets up a situation where they could veer into oncoming traffic and kill like a family of 5 in another car because of the pressure put on them by police officers? Or drive through a local business? Hit a pedestrian? Like, I just want to point out here that the reason this policy is in place is because we have had that policy not in place and people have died. Untold amounts of damage has been done. And it doesn't help to resolve or lower the rates of these types of crimes. No one, when they steal a car, is like, "Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah, man. The police saw me and definitely have all of the identifying information about the car and anything about me that they might have gleaned." And then they're like, I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. I'm not gonna freak out about this at 12 years old. Uh-huh. Call of Duty, not Call of Duty, sorry. My God, I'm old. Grand Theft Auto doesn't teach you how to be a criminal mastermind, all right? How do I argue with people who say things like white men are incredibly hated by society? I don't know, maybe point out something about the number of white men in movies. Yeah, everyone hates Tom Cruise. It's so true, King. So true. People hate white people.
We will lean towards law-abiding rather than lawlessness.
We have a stolen northbound in Bloomington.
Deputies like Mike Vi with the auto theft team are assigned to prevent car thefts and recover stolen cars like this one.
So we want to catch the bad guys, but we also want to get this car back.
While processing this red Hyundai,
Sometimes they leave cell phones, receipts.
that's a kid.
Yeah, that's a stolen car.
Kids speeding past the deputies assigned to stopping this very act.
Question, just on this bit of video on its own, how do the officers know those are stolen cars? Like, they are driving very shittily and very recklessly. How do they know they're stolen cars?
In this case, Sergeant Vi could not follow for our safety.
Look, I'm not somebody who says, look at this 10 seconds of video, and that proves everything I've been saying is true.
That's literally, like, the main thing you've been saying for half the video runtime.
But if there was ever 10 seconds of video that proved my point, it is right there.
Is it? Because let's just take a look at the 10 seconds of video again, just real quick, okay?
Stolen northbound in Bloomington.
Deputies like Mike Vi with the
they said it was stolen on the radio. Okay, that clears it up.
auto theft team are assigned to prevent car thefts and recover stolen cars like this one.
So we want to catch the bad guys, but we also want to get this car back.
While processing this red Hyundai,
Sometimes they leave cell phones, receipts.
that's a kid.
Yeah, that's a stolen car.
Kids speeding past the deputies assigned to stopping this very act. In this case, Sergeant Vi could not follow for our safety.
Huh. You know, I can't... There's a really important part there at the very end.
In this case, Sergeant Vi could not follow for our safety.
Oh, in this case, he couldn't follow for their safety. Because a high-speed pursuit in a residential area would be unsafe and could kill people, including the camera crew. Yeah, like... This guy's literally just upset because the local news isn't the show Cops.
Look, I'm not somebody who says, look at this 10 seconds of video, and that proves everything I've been saying is true, but if there was...
Yeah, curse all of these policies in Minnesota that are urging cops to think about public safety. The horror that the keepers of the peace would consider the safety of the public.
Ever 10 seconds of video that proved my point, it is right there. These are the people assigned to prevent car thefts from occurring. These are the deputies.
They're assigned to investigate stolen cars. They don't prevent cars from being stolen, man. How do you think they do that? Are they out there doing like 21 Jump Street programs to like find the 12-year-old car thief rings? What do you think they're doing to prevent the cars from being stolen in the first place? No, what they do is exactly what the police officer said to the local news crew, which is they look in stolen cars after one is left somewhere. They look for like left behind evidence to try and see if they can figure out who stole the car. That's their job.
Specifically,
they collect evidence and they investigate who might have stolen the car.
Aimed at that task. And what are they actually doing? They're recovering a vehicle that was thankfully abandoned by the car thieves. That
almost like cops are more reactive than preventive.
Doesn't look all that messed up superficially. But while they're doing that, while they're processing that vehicle, two other stolen...
I'm sorry, is the car messed up emotionally? Like...
cars blitz past them, putting people in danger, maybe could hit a child that's walking, a regular person that's walking, smash into each other, kill the people in the car, kill people outside the car, and the police do nothing. And in fact, the sergeant says she can't pursue them because of safety.
In this case, Sergeant Vi could not follow for her safety.
We're not going to chase a car just to chase a car. We're going to set up on it. We're going to coordinate. We're going to try and stop.
Yeah. Because they take the safety of the public into account so that that car doesn't go through, like, the wall of a residential home, man. Like...
when it's safest for us, safest for the community, and safest for the people involved.
That means coordination with special teams on the ground and in the air.
Now look, obviously I am not advocating for the police to engage in something that increases the level of danger rather than decreases the level of danger. But
that's exactly what you're doing. You're upset that they didn't chase those two kids that drove by in the video. Your specific prescription in this instance is for them that they should have chased those children. Like, your entire point about this particular incident that you have based your entire video around is that they should have chased those children.
The fact of the matter is, letting these kids drive like maniacs, as we saw on the video, is unsafe behavior. So they could talk about how, oh, we wouldn't want our chase to lead to an accident, but...
Yeah. But you can also recognize that there are different degrees of not safe, right? Like, there's, like if you're playing with a squirt gun, per se, it might be unsafe to, like, I don't know, put, like, habanero pepper juice in the super soaker and squirt it at your friends. That could be unsafe. It might hurt their eyes. Might be a bad idea to do, like, some kind of, like, Russian roulette game with a squirt gun that has jalapeno juice in it. Might be more unsafe to play that same game with an actual gun. I'm just saying, there are different levels of safety. I would have said acid, but okay. Look, you know, it's hard when you talk for a living and you've been talking for 4 hours, okay? It's difficult. All I'm saying here is that there are different levels of unsafe, and when you are talking about children erratically driving, they don't drive better when they're being chased by cops at higher speeds.
You're seeing these people drive insanely, and that leads to a ton of accidents. They just talked about how 4 kids in a stolen car ended up getting shot because they were fighting, presumably, with another gang of people in another stolen car. If that passed by law enforcement,
but the main problem there was the gang warfare, not that they were in stolen cars driving erratically. You understand? You're now talking about a completely different situation, right?
and they said, hey, you know what? It would be too dangerous for us to engage in that. And then that ended up being the result. Then your pledge to safety led to 4 people being shot. Not to mention, if they were moving when they were shot, they could have driven off and hit somebody else, injured themselves, destroyed.
Damn, it's crazy that that didn't happen, though. Hypothetically, what if those kids stole, like, flying cars? What if they, you know, those kids might have broken into a flying car prototype and flown into an office building? You know, you never know. Anything's possible in Biden's America.
Destroyed the car, all these different negative consequences that occur from this emphasis on safety. And by the way, I'm not saying...
What if those kids broke into the cockpit of a Boeing 747? Huh? Have you ever thought about that?
That this calculation statistically didn't make sense with present data, that there were more accidents when police engaged in pursuits than otherwise. But the fact of the matter is, when you change a policy, that creates new incentives.
Okay, but so you're just saying that well, let's just replay what he said. See if you guys can catch it.
The fact of the matter, there were more accidents statistically didn't make sense with present data, that there were more accidents when police engaged in pursuits than otherwise. But the fact...
That's so interesting. We're almost 2/3 of the way through the video, and he has the absolute audacity to be like, look, the policy change made sense given the present data that when you take away the policy of pursuing in unsafe situations, less children die. He acknowledges it, man. This is incredible.
Fact of the matter is, when you change a policy, that creates new incentives, and humans respond to incentives.
And I love that his like rebuff of the actual facts we have about the effects of that changed policy by saying, well, you could hypothetically imagine that this would incentivize children to steal more cars. You know, children. People famous for calculating the full weight and potential consequences of their actions. Children. Very good at that. You know, the tiny humans we make that don't have fully developed prefrontal cortexes yet, that are necessary for fully fleshed out decision making. Anyway.
And change their behavior. So while it might have been statistically true that police chases were X amount of dangerous, and that seemed like more danger than was required when they were actually engaging in them, not engaging in them and terminating chases when drivers act insane behind the wheel has led to this result,
Quick question, why is there a skeleton in the background? Like, I know we've been going over this video for a while now, but I've been wondering the entire time. Is the skeleton supposed to be a child that died in a high-speed car accident with a police officer? Oh, it's Ann Coulter. That makes sense.
At us to this point in time where stolen cars, crazy driving are off the charts in your city. So your policy change in order to enhance safety did the exact opposite. And I'm waiting for you.
Citation needed, though. Like, your proof that things are bad here is that you can hypothetically imagine an incentive that could have an effect, but you're not citing any data because you don't have it. Because if you had it, you would cite it to bolster your argument rather than making the argument well, I could hypothetically imagine this affecting crime rates. That's interesting. I could hypothetically imagine what like a million tons of ice cream might do to the American population. Doesn't mean that there's a million tons of ice cream slowly oozing to the surface from the inner core of the earth and engulfing all of Minneapolis. I can imagine that be something kind of like a reboot of The Blob, maybe with some more eldritch effects. You know, maybe we can get the studio that did Sunny with a Chance of Meatballs to like go over that one. You know, it could be a way to introduce kind of eldritch horror to children. I think it'd be kind of cool. But I can imagine that. But that doesn't make it so, you know? It's almost like when you're advocating for changes in policy, you should have your facts. But I think I know why he's not citing any facts, but we'll get to that.
You guys, all 12 of you in this room having this meeting to realize that.
If we as adults are not giving them any consequences, we're part of the problem too, but actually the system as a whole.
So I got to give credit to the sheriff right here.
Yes, we need to strengthen the school to prison pipeline. So true, Queen.
He is 100% right, dead on accurate. When there's no consequences, that is a failure on us and on the system. And they also talk about this problem where they don't really have a good place to take some of these kids, so they end up getting released. And obviously they try to bring them home to their parents, or in many cases parent, because a lot of these people come from single mother households, and there's no consequences for that. And if the parent were capable of actually managing their kid wouldn't be behind the wheel of a stolen car 200 plus times.
Sheriff.
What?
Witt says there's confusion when children are arrested on where to take them.
The lack of facilities. You know, we don't have anywhere to take them.
And there are a lot of them. In Hennepin County so far this year, there have been 475 cases of vehicle theft, more than half, 247 committed by juveniles. And look at the numbers last year, 560.
Okay, but does actual Justice Warrior realize that there's not one kid doing 200 car thefts? Like, you guys know that if a child stole 200 cars, they would just be in juvenile detention. We have that. Like, the thing that he's saying isn't happening.
Six juvenile car theft cases, the most ever recorded.
Damn, that's so crazy. That's crazy. Oh, wow. There's 1.25 million people in Hennepin County. Huh. It's actually a pretty low rate of theft.
In the county.
Having a secured facility, triaging the kids from there, but that's outside of our scope of business, and that's why we say the plea again, we need our partners to step up.
Now that's absolutely crazy right there. Over half of these thefts are committed by juveniles, and then they show you the numbers from the year before, and you see, oh wow, that's a lot of improvement, until you realize that the improvement that we're seeing is a drop-off from the record high numbers in the county. So what we saw was an insane spike in auto thefts, then a drop, and a bunch of people looking at the numbers from the outside, looking at the percentage change, are going to say, wow, what a great job. Now, I also want to point out that those are the complete numbers for 2023 versus the incomplete numbers for this year. But
I wonder I wonder why he's mentioning this data. I wonder why. Obviously, the data is very inconclusive because we haven't finished the year yet. Now, just to keep this in mind here, this is what he's referring to. In Hennepin County so far this year, there have been 475 cases of vehicle theft. More than half, 247, were committed by juveniles. Looking at the numbers from last year, there were 566 juvenile car theft cases, the most ever recorded in the county. And, you know, I just want to point out, it's August. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but August is actually the 8th month of the year. So we're currently on track to have approximately 370-ish juvenile car thefts, which you'll notice is a lot less than 566. So, yeah, the thing that he's complaining about here is actually a drop in crime. It's a significant drop in crime, actually. The horror, indeed. It's a drop in crime, by the way, of like 35%. Anyway.
You could see they're probably on track to do better than last year, but last year is the worst of all time in Hennepin County. Again.
Yeah, for a very niche, particular crime. Which, you're very careful to point out there. Makes me really wonder what the overall crime situation is like in Minneapolis. Clearly it must be bad, though, because it's collapsed! Minneapolis has collapsed!
Years after George Floyd, years after the Black Lives Matter riots, they hit their peak in 2023. So when you talk about a decrease and how crime get better, remember that report with all the cities about how crime got better, understand that.
Yeah, crime got better in 2023. A lot better. And I wonder if there was something that happened in 2020 that deeply affected the economic conditions of people across all of America and the world that might lead to more property crimes. You know, like something that, say, shut down many industries. I don't know. Can't think of anything. COVID! Oh, God. Ugh. I hope I'm not getting sick with something.
A lot of them are right after a dramatic increase that happened not in 2020, but last year in 2023. This is the same thing we went over with the DC numbers.
Again, just gonna quietly point out that he's been very specific throughout this video to talk about the number of crimes committed by juveniles, the number of vehicle thefts done by juveniles, and not the overall numbers. I wonder why.
cars, which was one of the biggest, most dramatic drops in that chart. Everybody citing, including the Biden-Harris campaign, to say crime is down. They had basically records the year before in certain categories, records in the last 20 years in other categories, then a drop-off from that record pace.
How do you have an idea of how often this is actually happening? We saw numbers, but how often is it happening?
Well, just to put it in context for you, this happened as deputies were processing another stolen vehicle that was dumped. Though that particular scenario doesn't happen every day, just in the 3 hours we were with them, teams were aware of several stolen cars and recovered 2 that were dumped.
The reporter asks, I know we saw the numbers, but can you tell us how often this is happening? The answer to that question is more than once a day. Almost twice a day, and for juveniles, at least once a day, and she said this was a unique situation.
Oh, wow. You mean in a city of, I'm sorry, just population of Minneapolis. In a city of 425,000 people, you're only getting 1 stolen car per day, maybe 2? Damn, that's crazy, bro. And really, you know, we could throw in St. Paul, not St. Paul. We could throw in, yeah, St. Paul. You know, the Twin Cities area. They kind of meld together. Wow. Yeah, how can anyone live in the blighted hellscape where one car gets stolen a day in a city of 500,000?
Because they were processing the dump car, they were aware of other stolen cars that were occurring, and while that was happening, the 2 cars blitzed by them. So yeah, it's frequent, it is common. Obviously, more instances.
It's not common. Like one theft per day is not common at all, man.
In the summer, but yeah, it's a huge problem.
So from chiefs to boots on the ground, I think it's safe to say they believe a collaborative effort is the key to really unlocking this issue. And we've been reporting, Frank and Amelia, that there's been some rift between the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and Police Chief Brian O'Hara. They're simply just not seeing eye to eye.
So yeah, they talk about a collaborative effort in order to unlock this issue. That's the key. And honestly, I'm so sick of the flowery language. I'm so sick of the progressive doublespeak. The key to this is to take back the policy changes that were instituted post the Black Lives Matter riot.
Which policy changes and based on what data? Again, this has been almost 15 minutes. We're 1 minute away from being done with this. And he has yet to produce any kind of actual data that backs up his points, except to say that, well, sure, fewer car thefts are happening this year, but look at last year. A lot of kids stole cars last year. But then the numbers went down this year.
The police have to chase these people. And you know what? If some of the criminals that stole the cars get hurt, that would be a lesson for the other criminals that you're not.
Yeah, but here's the issue, bud, that you seemingly don't get. Sometimes when police chase criminals in high-speed circumstances, those criminals aren't the ones who get hurt to learn their lesson again. Most often, other people get hurt. Other people who are unrelated to the pursuit get hurt. And if the criminals in question die, they don't learn a lesson because they're dead.
Not going to get away. One of the things I remember in my childhood, not that I was going to grow up and steal cars, was watching police chases. And you know what was the common thing in police chases? So much so that a lot of times reporters will say it. The person doesn't get away. Once the helicopter's above them, it is over. Once all the cops line up in order to block them off, they're going to get arrested and they might as well surrender. They've taken away that rule. They
absolutely haven't. There have been high-profile chases with helicopters, etc. They're just not going to launch a helicopter every single time a teenager, like, gets into a car for a joyride. Like, that's not a good use of public resources. Like, we just need to give the police more helicopters. My guy, the police need to know which car to follow with the helicopter. And the helicopter needs to be prepped. It needs to be launched. Do you understand how the logistics of that would work? No, because you have a pea brain.
Away that
back when I was a kid, I watched the show Cops, and sometimes they would have a helicopter fly overhead. Sometimes they would put down road spikes and pop their tires, and sure, sometimes the car would just flip over the line of police cars barricading the road. Sure, sometimes the car would just ram right into a bunch of police officers hiding behind their cars. Sure, sometimes they would veer off the road and go into oncoming traffic or into a public building. But you know what? When I was watching that as a kid, that just seemed really cool. So maybe we should just let it happen because it's cool.
Obvious truth, and then they wonder why car thefts are off the charts and crazy driving is off the charts. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. If you like the video, you show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links.
It's so crazy that he never actually talked about the data. He mentioned it very briefly, but it's so weird to me that actual justice warrior in a video about how the city I live in is completely and utterly in a process of ongoing collapse, didn't actually look at the data. So, let's take a look at the data he mentioned where like it suddenly looked better or something. Because I've been sitting on that the entire time we've been watching this video, and it's been killing me inside. Oh. Crime fell in every major category in 2023, according to early data. This is from January 18th of this year. Relative to 2022, homicide was down 5%, car thefts were down 8%, and carjackings 38%. Larceny or theft decreased by 15%. And rape fell by 20%. Man, no wonder he didn't want to talk about the data, because the overall rate of property crimes fell by like 15%. That's crazy. Sure, the data came out for last year. It looks really good, but we don't know where the data is this year. Yeah, no wonder. And then he like hurried past that entire shtick. But yeah, it doesn't look good for your argument when mid-argument you realize that there's data showing a 10% drop in the crime you're trying to make a gigantic hubbub about. That's so weird. I wonder what's total crime rate hits 60-year low. Total violent and property crime offenses per 100,000 residents. It fell below 2,000 in 2023. Enough data is now in to confirm what experts had begun suspecting in the second half of 2023. Crime continues to wane as the pandemic and its associated social disruptions fade into the past. Last year, it fell to the lowest level since 1963. The crime rate in Minneapolis is lower than almost twice as long as I have been alive. But sure, Minneapolis is in collapse. If I was actual justice warrior, I would be too embarrassed to attach my name to this kind of content slop. And if I was Anna Kasparian, I would be even more embarrassed that I was being used as a prop to get people to subscribe to this absolute hack. I have nothing. I got nothing else, guys. I mean, like, violent crime is receding back to its pre-pandemic levels, which were the lowest in 35 years. Crazy. Homicide is continuing to fall. Damn, that's crazy. Slower than it was in the mid-90s. Yep. Anyway. Actually, completely and utterly silly. Anna hates the homeless now? Yeah. Anyway, saw that. Wanted to talk about it. Needed to talk about it. Minnesota has the 10th lowest homicide rate in the nation, according to that article. Just saying. Yeah, it's pretty great here. Yeah, you know, if our policy changes here are what led to the current circumstances we're in, then I think we made correct ones. Thanks, Geek Prime. Well, folks, we've now been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos, because those are what keep me alive, and we're trying to make up for lost time because I was not able to stream last week. I'm in South Minneapolis. Don't kill us, folks. True. True. Whew. Four hours more? We have a lot to catch up on. I would not be surprised if we went 4 or 5 hours. But I need to use the bathroom. You all hang tight, and I will be right back. While I'm gone, consider supporting stream however you can by sharing links to it, by talking about it with your friends and family, and I will be back in a minute. See ya, Cam Girl. I'm sorry, I know, but the VOD will be there for you tomorrow. And with that, I will be RB.
Billy wrote an elegy of problem and his trouble as he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Budget 2025. In 2005, you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream, oh. And he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream.
In the heart of the stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yacht and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, lead the way. In chat, the waves crash loud. As Jack speaks truth, she stands proud. Politics, socialism, her flag unfurled. In her world, all voices are heard. With all curls and glasses on, she blows a kiss, her strength is strong. Her favorite tune she'll sing along, and in her laughter we all belong. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yacht and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, lead the way. Riverboat Jack, leading the way. BWA, the sound of joy as she sails through, no one can destroy. With love and courage, she sets sail. Riverboat Jack, never to fail. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yacht and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, leading the way. So come aboard, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a vibrant dream. In the world we're all free to play. Get in the riverboat, let's sail away. Yo ho, me hearties, gather round the screen. When Riverboat Jack sails a pirate queen, with a red mane glowing and a smile so bright, she leads us through the digital night. In the game of Scrabble, a word was denied, but from its ashes a meme did rise. The WA, a battle cry in the chat, it roars, echoing laughter through all shores. EWA, blah, let's all shout. Raise your voices, no room for doubt. BWA, blah, loud and clear. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. Through the seas of pixels, she guides our way. With politics and games every single day. Her partner by her side, a bond so tight. Together they shine, a beacon of light. From Scrabble's lost to a meme so grand, the WA Booah will take a stand. In the chat, it's our rallying cry. With Jack at the helm, we reach for the sky. BWA Booah, let's all shout. Raise your voices, no room for doubt. BWA Booah, loud and clear. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. So join the crew, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a pirate dream. BWA, whoa, forever we'll stay. In her ship of laughter, we'll always stay.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hey, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, a symbolic symbol. Hello, default X. How we all doing, folks? Bust my tube job interviews tomorrow. You got this, Gamer G. You're gonna nail this. You're gonna knock it out of the park. One stream like is one bless for Gamer G. True. How am I doing? I'm doing well. it's gonna be a lot of work catching up, guys. You know, it's gonna be a lot to go through all of the content that's basically like this.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the.
Takes a lot of energy. What can I say? We got a lot to do. Okay. Cool beans. All right. Now, I did want to go through this particular video because, well, I think it has some interesting points. Second. Excellent. There we go. Sorry. Gathering my thoughts. Okay. So there's this show called The Rising. It's part of... I'm going to start that over again. There's this show called The Rising. And it's part of The Hill, which is an online publication many of you might be familiar with. But it does this thing that I hate, where it just pairs like left-leaning individual hosts with fascist hosts, and to that extent I find it somewhat fascinating to just stare into the abyss sometimes. In this particular episode, Jessica Burbank and Robbie Sove get into it, and well, let's just see where things go, shall we?
California Governor Gavin Newsom joined Fox News' Brett Baier, where he was pressed on his progressive policies. Let's watch.
The writing of how the prosecution for small crimes.
Oh, Prop 47.
47, I'm sorry.
Yeah, which is, by the way, the 10th toughest threshold in the United States of America, meaning you can steal up to $950 of goods and it will be charged as a misdemeanor. You can steal $2,500 in the state of Texas. Why you're not focusing on those other 40 states is beyond me. 10th toughest felony threshold in the United States of America.
That That's a fact. That she was a tough prosecutor in California is going to
You remember her primary for president? She was attacked from the left for being too tough, for being prosecutor, for having a prosecutorial mindset. So look, I mean, all these things, this is all fair game. But
now, keep in mind, Gavin Newsom is basically bioengineered in a lab to be good at being a politician. It doesn't surprise me that he's handling this extraordinarily well. Like my goodness. I dislike him and I dislike his policies, but he is good at this.
At the end of the day, she's got a record of accomplishments as being part of the Biden-Harris administration. We've seen.
Newsom was also questioned about new data released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics that showed U.S. job growth was significantly weaker than initially reported. Let's watch.
Even with the adjustment today of 818,000 jobs.
Which is a little weird, don't you think?
That means 14.9 million jobs since they got into office. That is, Brett, 11 times more than the last 3 Republican administrations combined. The lowest black unemployment, Hispanic unemployment, the lowest unemployment for women in our lifetime, an American manufacturing policy, an industrial policy that's worker-centered, that's advantaging red and rural districts of this country more than it is even blue and
I
urban.
appreciate.
Baer also asked Newsom why Vice President Kamala Harris has been so quiet on policy and has made it all personal. Let's watch.
When she ran in 2019 for president, she had a lot of policies, specific policy ideas.
Yeah, but it probably has something to do with the fact that she's entering into the race in August.
Ideas that now we only have paper statements that they are saying that's completely different. Banning fracking, where she is on Medicare for all, immigration, all of these things are a 180. Is she going to explain that to us tonight?
Well, she's been part of the Biden-Harris administration. She's been in office
exactly for the last
for
3.5
years. So she has a record of accomplishments that I'll put up. I mean, come on.
I'll say this. I do appreciate the Democrats that are willing to go on Fox News and face contrary questioning. They're not all willing to do it. Gavin Newsom is one. Pete does it. Amy Klobuchar has done it.
Yep.
I was watching some Fox this week. A couple of them were on Laura Ingraham. Dean Phillips went on with Laura Ingraham. Did a very good job. So I think you look tougher and like you're actually interested in what, the 50% of the country that does not feel the way Democrats feel, where they're at and meeting them and discussing.
I do think it is good if you are left-leaning to go on Fox News, if you're able to actually be able to handle that particular environment. I would argue most people can't. Like, it's a hostile environment. The cards are going to be stacked against you. People are going to be dogpiling you, and you have to know your facts because you can't look anything up in the moment. Like, you gotta know your stuff,
With them and trying to convince them that the Biden-Harris agenda is good for them. I give props for that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It feels like out of nowhere there's very good communicators in the Democratic Party, Robbie. I mean, we know that Pete Buttigieg was kind of on the come up. He's a young guy. Gavin Newsom's been around for a while. People like Dean Phillips have been around for a while. Nancy Pelosi's been in office for a while and hasn't been doing what she's done recently. And so it feels like it all came out of nowhere, and I'm a little bit awestruck at it all. Since when does Gavin Newsom defend the record of California's toughness on crime on Fox News? And it's like they suddenly woke up and learned how to campaign. So it's very shocking, but it's good to see that there are people communicating and defending their policies and not just letting these accusations stand.
Sure. I mean, I do think that the Democrats, realized finally at some point over the last 4 years that a lot of what they were saying on crime, for instance, was not popular. And no, people want you to arrest carjackers and looters and rioters and people.
No one was saying you shouldn't arrest people doing that.
Robbing convenience stores and, of course, murderers, and they want to clear out.
Oh, yeah, all of those really vocal people saying you shouldn't arrest murderers.
Encampments of crazy people, homeless, having drugs in the street.
Yeah, all of those encampments of crazy people. No, they're encampments of homeless people who have nowhere else to live. They don't want to live in the trash, Robbie.
And if you're not doing that, you have to explain why that's not happening. And, you can say that, well, it's because the legal system needs to be changed or the judges need to be changed or whatever it is, but you can't be for allowing that to continue. And so Gavin Newsom no longer is. He says, no, we're going to be as tough on crime as possible. Democrats understand that stuff. Democrats don't have to own as much their COVID policies anymore, which were deeply unpopular, including, Gavin Newsom, off for dinner at the French Laundry while everyone else is languishing under authoritarianism. But a lot of that is in the rearview mirror. And so,
I have to be completely honest with you guys. If you closed your eyes and imagined everything that Robbie just said being said by a wizened old man, you've just been imagining Ebenezer Scrooge. Okay? You've just been imagining Michael Caine in the first half of A Muppet Christmas Carol.
Democrats are, I think Bret Baier's right, largely running on vibes, but they're good and positive vibes, and it might very well work.
And I think it's important to say, Democrats' position, especially people like Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris and Mayor Eric Adams, their position on crime and how it should be punished has never wavered. It's just that Fox News have framed them as people who take on the views of people on the far left. No, they haven't. We've seen Kamala Harris be a tough prosecutor from day one in office. She's bragged about that. That's what her record shows. Her colleagues spoke about that last night at the DNC. The only thing that's changed is increasingly they're critical of the prison industrial complex. Slavery is still legal as punishment for a crime. According to the 14th Amendment, that is the law of the land of the United States.
True.
And we see prison labor frequently addressing a lot of the economic failures in our country. We had a warehouse, or rather a large beauty supply store, where all of the supplies were being put in a warehouse because it was closed down. All of that liquidation, all of those products were being processed by local prison labor.
You have prison labor?
Yes, I think many people are against not having fair wages paid to these workers.
I don't even think prisoners are against prison labor. I think they'd rather work than be bored all day.
Well, then you should talk to them.
Yeah, they'd rather work than be bored all day. Then let them work at, academics. Let them learn and better themselves rather than, operate license plate machinery for slave wages.
Them, Robbie,
I have talked to them.
You've talked to people in prison about how they feel about doing labor. I would love to hear about that conversation.
I have not personally talked to them. I've read.
They love it when we enslave them. Okay, you don't understand. The slaves love it. Okay. If you walk through a prison with prison labor, they're just singing songs. They love it.
Media stories and interviews with prisoners who would rather...
As I was saying, people who are paid minimum wage in the United States of America are not happy that America's largest corporations can contract that labor out for $1.50, far under minimum wage. That brings down wages in the United States. This is an unfair circumstance in the United States when you look at the 65% of families across the U.S. who are subject to high fines and fees because they have a family member who's in prison and they have to pay those fees and they're struggling to pay basic necessities. This is the reality of the prison industrial complex, and that's what needs to change.
I don't agree. I think it's fine to put people in prison, and it's I don't think they should be, necessarily.
It's real crazy to watch this guy being like, well, I think people should be in prison, which she never argued that people shouldn't be in prison, though one could make an argument against, or rather for prison abolition. But, and then he's like, but I do like the slavery element of imprisoning people, though.
Really forced to do really difficult labor while in prison, but if they want to work and they want to earn...
They're not forced to do work in prison. My brother in Christ, they are literally offered reductions in sentences if they work in prison. Their freedom is inexorably attached to whether or not they do labor for slave wages. Like, and we're not just talking like, oh, they're just bottling soap, though some of them do that. They're just making t-shirts. Some of them do that. We're also talking about dangerous work that can kill you, like fighting fires. Like, what percentage of California's firefighters are like prison slaves? California prison firefighters. Oh man. California has long depended on incarcerated people to battle wildfires. Since the end of World War II, the state has relied on inmates to staff its more than 200 hand crews deployed each fire season to lay hoses and help contain the blazes by cutting fire lines free of vegetation. Oh my God. Crazy stuff. Oh, but guys, a steady decline in the state's prison population due to sentencing reform has left many of California's minimum security conservation camps operating at half capacity or less. And as the 2024 fire season kicks into high gear, Cal Fire is short 110 of its 236 budgeted hand crews. Only 126 crews were fully staffed as of Thursday, the agency formerly known as the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection said. Hand crews are truly what extinguishes wildland fires. And we don't have enough of those in the state right now. Boy, howdy. Maybe if that is something that is desperately needed for the safety of the public, you should pay them a fucking living wage to do it. A crazy idea here, but maybe people who are risking their lives and are crucial to the safety of all, like, life in California, maybe they should be paid not slave wages. So strange. And it's real dangers. My oldest brother was a firebreaker, the guy who goes to cut down smaller trees to create fire breaks so fires can just cut a path through forests. Can't just cut a path through forests. Yeah. Like, if your plan is to rely on slave labor, it's a bad plan. I'm just saying, like, maybe that's a bad plan. Maybe we shouldn't rely on slave labor for public safety. Maybe we shouldn't have slave labor at all. Just spitballing that one. Also, can I just say, like, imagine complaining that you have fewer people in prison. Oh, the horror. We have fewer people in prison. Like, the framing of the article is like, we should have more people in prison to like, staff up our fire crews. How about you just pay people a living wage so they want to work in that capacity? God.
A little bit of, money to spend to make their lives in prison somewhat more enjoyable. I think that's fine, and I think they probably want to do that. I do not pretend.
Yeah, it's really good that you pay them slave wages so that they can operate in the company town you force them to live in.
to be an expert on prisons or criminal justice, but I work at Reason Magazine that does a lot on criminal justice reform. And
yeah, to make it worse, to have them in prison longer so you can use them as slaves for longer. Yeah, that's the kind of shit you advocate for in Reason Magazine.
The sense I get is that...
Oh yeah, no, this guy, when I said at the beginning of this that this guy's like a fascist freak, I meant it.
One of the worst things about prison is that it's often very boring, and people want more, both more, educational stimulation, more...
I'm going to guess that if you give people the option between working for slave wages or getting a free education, they're going to pick the second one. I have that feeling in me.
Ability to read, to do classes, to do activities, and yes, also to do work. Look, I don't think work is not something... This is, I think, a problem.
Yeah, also, work isn't inherently bad. Slavery is, though. Slavery is. Maybe you shouldn't be enslaving prisoners. Maybe you shouldn't be forcing them to work for sub-minimum wage and treating them as if they have fewer rights because they're in prison. They still should be making wages that they are owed. You've taken away their freedom. That's the point of prison. You shouldn't be taking away their ability to earn a living wage.
The way the left thinks about this, that work is not something to be demonized, that most people get some kind of value out of doing some level of work. Obviously, people should be overworked to death.
Yeah, but the level of work you're talking about is like day-long labor in exchange for like $1.50.
They're forced to do work they don't want to do, I guess, but the work is itself not something bad. It can be enriching and rewarding, and it's better that...
Yeah, that's a good point too, Amir Alpaslan. Like, a lot of people who participate in prison labor develop the skills to do that labor, and then they can't do the labor once they leave prison because they're criminals. In point of fact, the firefighters that we were talking about that are used in California, the ones who are paid like slave wages to go fight fires, they can't become firefighters after they get out of jail or after they get out of prison.
It's certainly better than sitting around in prison all day with nothing to do. That sounds like real torture to me.
Slavery. We're talking about slavery, which is legal as punishment.
We're not talking about
for
slavery.
Crime, because
they volunteered to do it under coercion. They are coerced into doing the labor by the setup of their environment. Like, one of the things you can read about if you ever want to be horrified is the commodification of the prison ecosystem, and how money and value is extracted out of prisoners and their families and extended networks through that commodification, and how it has gotten worse and worse and worse over time. So they volunteer to do it to get the essential things that they need in order to live. That doesn't really sound like volunteer work.
Yes, people in prison
yes, you can
are
imprison.
forced...
Like, let me put it this way: they're not volunteering to work at soup kitchens for the homeless. They're not volunteering to go do construction work. They're not volunteering to do that stuff. Those are jobs. Okay? They're not going around like I've done a lot of volunteer work in my day, guys. I've done a lot of organizing for charity drives. This isn't volunteer work. I've seen what volunteers for volunteer work look like and why they do it. That's not what prisoners are doing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Narodia, exactly. Dollars per minute to talk to family, and to incentivize that, they remove visitation rights. Yeah, exactly what I'm talking about. In a lot of prisons, the commodification has crept up to the extent where if you don't have money on the inside, you don't get to talk to anyone on the outside. You don't get to go and do a visitation with a visitor who comes to visit you. you don't have the money to do it. So how many people would volunteer for the right to be able to see their wife again? How many people would volunteer to be able to see their kid? This is not volunteering. This is coercion. This is slavery.
Or do it for committing a crime.
That is the reality in the United States. We're
Okay,
not
I don't think
talking
it's
about
slavery to imprison
voluntary
people.
labor and force them to work. That is what slavery is forcing people to labor. And so there are a lot of criticisms about how crimes are treated in the United States. People who use marijuana one time, are they a threat to our society?
I think all drugs should be legal and we shouldn't imprison anyone for doing drugs.
Yeah, this seems to be an idea you're very ideologically committed to, which is why you're saying it in a very frustrated way.
Right, and so this is what Democrats are talking about. It's very
There aren't a lot of
agreeable
people in prison for doing marijuana.
Yes, there are.
How are you this dumb and you get hired professionally to do the thing you're doing? How many people are in prison for marijuana? There are 32,000 cannabis prisoners. Crazy. There are not a lot of them.
Robbie, and these are very agreeable things. That is true. There are people who are in prison for having too much marijuana, and that is considered a crime, and in some states a felony, and they are put in prison for many years.
It happens, but there's not a lot of. And I don't.
In 1997, almost 2% of the state inmate population were being held for offenses involving only marijuana. Like, my God. And that's just people in prison? The total number of people arrested, incarcerated for a period of time in 2020 was 317,000. Not very many people are affected by this, apparently, according to Robbie Sove.
It's a lot
By the
of
way,
it,
I
Robbie.
think it
Let's
should
pull
be.
up the statistics on that.
Look, I'm saying this because I used to assume naively that the vast majority of people in prison were there for like nonviolent drug crimes. It's not actually the case. I used to think that too. Like I have been corrected by people. Again, people who support legalizing all drugs as I do. I don't think anyone should be in jail for that stuff, but our prisons have violent criminals and have illegal immigrants in them. We don't have a ton of totally nonviolent. We have some, and they should not be in prison. Don't get me wrong, but
so the last estimate we have on
find
this
it right now
was 40,000 for simple possession of marijuana in the United States. People
That's a
in
raw
prison.
number. That's not a percentage.
Yes, it's an estimate of how many people are locked up for that, because sometimes when people are tried, they're tried for multiple offenses. You can have an officer trying to search your car and you resist that, and then suddenly they tack on another offense of resisting an officer just because you're nervous you have marijuana in your car. So that's what Democrats talk about, which are very popular common sense criminal justice reforms. And then you have people on the right who are paid for oftentimes by these companies who benefit from prison labor to say the Democrats are too far left on prison, they're not prosecuting crimes. And it's a talking point because they have an agenda, because they rely on this labor to keep their profit margins high.
All right. Well, I don't think Democrats are going to be talking about reducing prison labor anytime soon because.
Yeah, also worth mentioning, and since it hasn't been brought up yet, I'll bring it up. Most people in jail haven't been convicted yet. If you're in jail, There are, in local jail, about 550,000 people in local jails total. Out of that 550,000, how many people, chat, do you think haven't been convicted yet? Take a few guesses. 400,000? 76%? All of them, 92%? 500,000? Out of how many? Out of 550,000 people, how many of them have not been convicted yet? Tell us. The answer is 448,000 people. Over 80%. Absolutely insane. Thought I was estimating high? Yeah. Let's see, just out of curiosity here. Out of curiosity. Yep. Here we go. The food on your table, brought to you by prison labor. Incarcerated workers help produce some of America's most popular food brands, but get few of the benefits and protections afforded to others because they're prisoners and can, can be used for more dangerous and less regulated work. Super cool. Nearly 65% of incarcerated people work when they are behind bars.
My guess would be most people, support imprisoning violent criminals. We don't have any disagreement on the need.
It's so interesting how he's babbling about, like, most people support imprisoning violent people. Yeah. Most people support imprisoning violent people. I would hazard a guess most people don't support enslaving violent people.
Need to keep nonviolent, especially nonviolent drug offenders out of prison. I don't even think any of that should be.
It's a bad situation for sure, but it's also bad to enslave violent people. Like, you enslaving bad people doesn't, like, you're still the bad guy here.
Illegal. I totally do not mistake me for thinking people should be in prison for that or any of that kind of thing. And I guess I don't think that labor in prison should be mandatory, but the opportunity to work and earn a little bit of money to make your stay more tolerable, I wouldn't take that away from prisoners. You would take that away? You would say they can't do it unless they're going to be paid minimum wage?
I disagree.
Yeah, they should. If they're going to be offered the job, they should be paid a living wage to do it. Yeah.
With slavery, Robbie. Yes, that is.
But okay, but let's say, okay, I'm a prisoner. I'm in prison. I want to, do this job for, for $2 an hour. I'm willing to do it.
The federal minimum wage should be the federal minimum wage.
But what if I say I'm willing to do it for $2?
That doesn't matter. The federal minimum.
You're gonna I consent, and you're saying I don't consent to this exchange. I'm making it illegal.
Yeah, the economy's a system.
Yeah, because they don't have control over their environment, Robbie. Like, if you have like a bed of red hot pokers in front of you, and you're about to be lowered onto those red hot pokers, and it's going to like be excruciatingly painful, and someone's like, but hey, you could do this job and not get poked with red hot pokers. Oh boy, howdy. Are you gonna do that job? Even if they don't pay you anything, because you don't want to be tortured. When you don't have control over your environment, yeah, you're going to make choices you wouldn't normally make. When your ability to see your child is gatekept behind a paywall in prison, a paywall you have no other means of circumventing, and you need money, you're gonna do the job, man. Is Robbie married? Like, Robbie, if you couldn't see your spouse, but if you did a job in the prison for $1 per day, and that would allow you to see your wife once a week, would you not do that? But is that not coercing you to do horrific labor? Sure, you consented and the company consented, but you didn't consent to being imprisoned. You didn't consent to your environment exploiting you in that fashion. But you know what? I suppose if we started talking about like your environment and coercion, that might get a little too close to the conditions under which we currently exist, which is called wage slavery, but that's a topic for another day.
Some of workers, and if someone's labor is valued at $7.25 an hour, usually it's worth far more.
But no, this person's labor is valued at $2 an hour because they're a federal prisoner.
No, someone's labor is not valued at what the lowest.
It's labor.
Then that job shouldn't exist. Like, I'm sorry, if the job is not worth paying someone a living wage to do, then it should not be done by a person.
It's valued at whatever the person is willing to pay them and they're willing to receive. There is no tangible, physical, there's no golden rules written down that says how much you are worth or your time is worth.
Hey, Robbie, does that mean like if somebody like comes up and mugs you, like they just you valued their labor? What they you valued their service? Like someone comes up, puts a gun to your head and says, "Give me your wallet." You valued their service to you? Like you just gave them a few $100s from your wallet. No, man. Obviously that's different. Obviously it is not an equitable exchange when we're talking about prisoners, man.
This person is willing to be paid, is willing to accept $2 for this labor because they're a prisoner and they really just want something to do, and this person is willing to pay them that. And you're saying that even though there's total consent in between this exchange, you don't...
You're saying that this fine, young, enterprising gentleman is willing to perform the service of not pressing the trigger? And you're willing to give them your entire wallet? What about this exchange is not voluntary?
Don't consent to it as a third party in the government, and you're going to make it illegal.
I'm not the government, but I'll explain why that would be a bad
I think that's immoral.
If you let me speak and answer your question, I will. So the reason that is bad is because there are other workers that need more than $2 an hour because their housing is not provided by the U.S. government because they're not in prison, and it is bad for the labor market and for the economy.
So I don't have a right to do this job.
I mean, it's bad for the labor market as a whole. It's also bad because it's fucking slavery, man.
Because of
Robbie,
other people.
if you don't let me finish speaking and you just interrupt me every time, this is not a conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
So if you are in prison, your housing is covered, your food is covered. It's all paid for by what? The government. So now you have the government subsidizing America's biggest corporations for their production. That is a bad economic practice. Those corporations and American labor should be done with people paid a living wage so they can cover their food and housing in the United States, not pull the wage down because that labor is available. It's bad for the economic system as a whole, not for the government, but for the market and the workers. A market should determine someone's wages, not someone whose housing is subsidized by the government.
This is the market determining it.
I know that Jessica Burbank is trying to reach him where he's at. I don't think this is the sauce to do it. Like, I don't think the argument against doing prison labor and prison slavery is because it's bad for the market, though I understand the point that she's making. It's just not like a great way to make the argument. I think the better argument is it's fucking slavery, Robbie. Like, I think that's honestly like a better argument and a more compelling one.
You're wanting a system where you determine it. The market is what's determining it. But you're trying to set policies that say exactly what you're allowed to be set. The market would be, this is what I'm willing to work for, this is what you're willing to pay for me, and we come to some arrangement, or we don't, and then that doesn't take place. You're saying
But this is
your
someone in
policies
prison, not
should
in their free will.
supersede the
That's
market.
not a free market decision.
Oh, hey, here's an interesting thing. Take it with a grain of salt, of course. It is from the website Quora. And, obviously, Quora's a wretched hellhole. Take it with all of the salt. But here is a question. Is labor in prison 100% voluntary in current day U.S.? Has it ever been forced? What reasons do inmates typically have for wanting to work? And from a former correctional supervisor at the Federal Bureau of Prisons from 1987 to 2007. In the Federal Bureau of Prisons, sentenced inmates are required to work unless they are locked down or deemed unable to work by medical staff. If they do not have a high school diploma or GED, they're required to attend educational classes. I've been retired for 11 years, so some things may have changed. You cannot make them work or learn, but they have the choice of accepting a program assignment or going to the hole, segregation. The reason inmates would work, number one, to stay out of the hole, because it's bad to be in the hole. Two, to not get disciplinary reports that would cost them good time, a maximum 54 days per year served. Because if you work, you are less likely to be considered good for the duration of your incarceration. Not get transferred to a higher security prison where they would have less freedom of movement and worse inmates to be around, because the Bureau of Prisons can always make your life worse. Make a little commissary money. Most of them only earned 12 cents an hour when I left. But if they got into Unicor, Prison Industries, they could work their way up to over $1 per hour. Boy, howdy. Amazing. 5, some were able to learn a skill other than mopping floors and scrubbing toilets while they are in there. And 6, have something constructive to do with their time. Not all inmates are worthless. The higher security you go, the more who are. Man, so interesting to have the number one reason Robbie listed to be the last reason on the list for them to actually participate. That's crazy, dog.
If someone's imprisoned against their will. So the market works well if someone's in prison. Robbie, that doesn't make any sense.
Market where you're trying to put.
Okay, I did really enjoy that. I'm gonna watch that again because I enjoyed it.
Against their will. So the market works well if someone's in prison. Robbie, that doesn't make any sense.
Market where you're trying to put specifications on under what conditions people in prison would be allowed to do work, and
there are conditions under which people are allowed to do work in prison, Robbie. You buffoon. Like that already exists, man. Like that, yeah, we should have more conditions under which people are required to work in prison. Yeah, there should be more conditions for that.
I'm saying if they want to do work and someone wants to pay them, that's fine.
Slavery, Robbie. That's not the same.
No, you're saying they should be forced into joblessness.
No,
they're in prison, Robbie. Fuck you.
Didn't. They can have the option to work for the federal minimum wage.
This is literally, by the way, literally arguments that were made to support chattel slavery. This is literally, Robbie here is just diving in and resurrecting like 1840s slaver apologia. It's insane. It's insane. Well, if you free them, then you are robbing them of a consistent and reliable home, throwing them to the whims of joblessness. Really, we're doing them a favor by keeping them working on our plantations. Like, it's insane.
You've set.
He's literally talking about how the people in prison yearn for the fields. They yearn for the mines.
No, at a rate you've determined is fair. The rate they've determined fair is the two people involved in the exchange. I mean, this is my problem with the minimum wage, is that it's the government deciding what's fair.
Robbie, they're in prison. They only get private property if the prison allows them to have the private property. Man, like, prison doesn't respect your private property rights. Like, what do you mean? They are not equitable, like, negotiators in this, and you know that, which is why, like, at every turn in this conversation, you've sounded like a confused child encountering these ideas for the first time. Absolutely wild. I will work for $1, Robbie. Yeah, I hope, you know what? I hope his boss brings that up at his next performance meeting. You know, worth bringing up when it comes to Robbie Sobe's, compensation. Also, Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. I very, very much appreciate that. But yeah, very, very rarely do you get to see someone go so mask off.
Instead of the people involved in the trade of money for labor.
Okay, we're going to leave this one here. More rising after this.
One thing I do appreciate about Jessica Burbank is that she very clearly hates Robbie Sove, and I think that speaks well of her character. I don't think you can like Robbie Sove and also be a good person. God. Oh, Thistles for Eyes. Thank you for becoming a member and for being a member for the last...
in the 3rd trimester, folks. Here I am, under development, and under duress. I'm a true human being.
You got this, Thistles for Eyes. You're gonna make it. We believe in you. None of the lefty hosts on the show like that push back enough. I think she did an okay job here. Not the tact I would have used, but, you know, I think she did all right. Why the fuck does Rising have fascists on? Because The Hill is kind of a right-wing, a right-wing outlet. So they kind of weigh the deck against the left-wing hosts. Isn't this like such a cool sweatshirt? I love it so much. You guys don't even know. Well, folks, we've been going for 5.5 hours. We haven't even gotten to the DNC content yet. My God. There's so much to talk about. So much to do. So please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hitting the subscribe button on YouTube, liking the YouTube stream, and of course, consider dropping those subs and donos. Yeah, it's the 1974 Mechagodzilla design. And look, like I love that you can see like the Godzilla shadow in the background. I love the chunky boy design of the Mechagodzilla. So good. So good. Hey, Alice Quinn. I can tell that's a Clarice gift. It was. You guys haven't even seen one of the cooler gifts, but I will wear it when it is opportune. Okay. Surprise. Oh, yeah. Here. Can I get money? I feel like I should be winning money by calling Tulsi Gabbard like a fraud like 3 or 4 years ago. I feel like I should get this. I feel like I should get paid and compensated for just being so correct about this.
Because I am confident that his first task will be to do the work to walk us back from the brink. To do the work to walk us back.
She just announced that she's endorsing Trump. There you go. Apparently this clip started right after she stipulated that.
From the brink of war. We cannot be prosperous unless we are at peace. And we can't live free as long as we have a government that is retaliating against its political opponents and undermining our civil liberties, weaponizing our very institutions against those they deem as a threat. Kamala Harris has done this over the last 3.5 years. She won't hesitate to continue that if she is elected as president. President Trump has been their first and foremost target in this because they don't want us as voters to even have the option to vote for him. I've been their most recent target.
Hair is cool.
Added to a secret domestic terror watch list after exposing the truth about what kind of dangers we would face if Kamala Harris is elected as president. We as Americans must stand together to reject this anti-freedom culture of political retaliation and abuse of power.
Yeah, by embracing the guy who abused his power and politically retaliated against his opponents, up to and including attempting to overthrow democracy.
We can't allow our country to be destroyed by politicians who will put their own power ahead of the interests of the American people, our freedom, and our future.
I hate her so much, man.
I am proud to stand here before you today, whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. If you love our country, as I do, if you cherish peace and freedom as we do, I invite you to join me in doing all that we can to save our country and elect President Donald J. Trump and send him back to the White House to do the tough work of saving our country and serving the people.
The level of disconnect from reality you have to have is really quite shocking. You know, like, what Democrat is here to watch you endorse Trump? The Republican line right now is basically trying to say, well, we got RFK Jr. to endorse Donald Trump. Thus, that means we have the blessing of the Kennedys. And, you know, that we've brought in the Democrat Kennedy family into the Donald Trump realm, because even the legacy of the Kennedys supports Donald Trump's position. Like, that's basically what they're trying to do. Like, it's obviously a load of shit, but that's what they're trying to sell you, you know? Did you cover the whale story with Kennedy? No. Apparently, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., one of his daughters talked about how when she was a kid, a dead whale washed up on a beach on an island that is apparently named with a slur for Native American women. That's kind of weird that still exists. Maybe we should change the name of that. Just throwing that out there. And as soon as he learned that this dead whale had washed up, he packed all his family into a car with a chainsaw and went and chainsawed the whale's head off and then strapped it to the top of their car. And apparently the juices from the whale head kept leaking into the car, so they all cut holes in plastic bags for their mouths so they could still breathe, but they couldn't smell it as much. It's very, very weird. It is like one of the least surprising stories about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. now that we know him more, but like, yeah, they're not beating the weird allegations. They're not beating the weird allegations. At least he didn't kill the whale. I mean, do you know that? Do you know? Are you sure? Because, frankly, he does seem like the kind of guy who would pay someone to, like, trank the whale to get it on shore and wash up just so he could see what it feels like to watch the life leave a whale's eyes. Ugh. Okay, folks. Man, we have so much to go over. God. Okay. Whatever. Let's go. I know you guys. You know what?
Almost.
Up next, folks, we have a special treat, okay? We have a special treat. And that treat is a man named Kyle Clark, a man who should be moderating every single debate on every level of government for everything forever, because he's just really good at it. And they did a small segment on his show Next, a local Colorado news show, about, hey, who's been supporting Kamala Harris all this time? And you know what? I want to know what. Show us the original K-Hive, okay? Let's see. What is the mind of the K-Hive like? All right. It's a short video, but I figure, you know, since we're all members of the Neo K-Hive, what are the OGs like?
5 years and 21 days ago, Kamala Harris stood before a cheering crowd at Manual High School in Denver. A bit smaller than what she's going to see here at the DNC in Chicago tomorrow night. Harris was fresh off the second debate in the 2020 Democratic presidential primary, had a lot of momentum, but within 4 months her campaign had fizzled and it was over. Yet some of the key women in Colorado behind that first campaign say that they see that campaign, now this one, as steps in a long journey.
August 2nd, 2019, Manual High School, right? You all were there.
On day one, we're going to repeal that tax bill that benefits the top 1%.
It was so amazing to see this phenomenal woman standing in Manual High School.
For the belated birthday vibes. Kappa Pride.
Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the $10 dono for my birthday. I am just a little birthday girl. Thank you so much.
In the heart of my district, you know, speaking to a diverse crowd of folks, but specifically young people, you know.
I did have my daughters with me, my parents were there, my grandmother was there.
It was amazing to see her there and just to have that kind of electricity happening everywhere. It was spectacular.
What did you see in Kamala Harris then that you hope that Americans see now?
I don't use the word young, but as a young black woman, as a young biracial woman, that was spectacular to me to see somebody that accomplished step up and say, we're going all the way with this.
And I gotta say, there has been a shift in the way that the campaign was last time and this time, in that she almost kind of stripped down from that I have to be someone else, or I have to mimic this male white leadership style in order to be accepted. And it's not about necessarily code switching, right? It's just about you are told you show up in a room like this and you've been told this way for all of your life. And now she's showing up with so much authenticity, it has translated into joy.
She has set aside or abandoned a lot of the progressive positions that she had in 2019, 2020 when you support her. Medicaid for all, a fracking ban, mandatory buyback for assault weapons, no longer supports decriminalizing border crossings. What do you make of those shifts? Do any of them bother you?
I mean, I'm still...
The one thing I would say about Kyle Clark is that I think he needs better socks. This is not the sock, shoe, pant, jacket combo.
Seeing her being, you know, very progressive. I mean, when we talk about her fighting for working families, we see unions standing beside her, and you know, the mantra, right? When we fight, we win. Like that is labor. That is our working families. And so I don't necessarily see her backing down from those types of values.
Her policies and what she stands for has evolved because she is someone who learns and grows and evolves, right? And listens.
And has seen a much larger picture, a worldwide picture, which I would hope that you would evolve, right?
Yeah.
Because we have seen every woman who has ever run for higher office be judged by the work that they did working for a man in that higher office. Because we've never seen a Clinton administration. We've never seen a Harris administration. We've never seen a Shirley Chisholm administration. So we don't even know what a woman is going to do in this position.
And back to your first point, all the little girls that were there on that first, you know, at that event at Manual, you know, the honest truth about why so many of us do this work, right, is because, or what keeps us doing the work, is that we're inspired every day by these little girls that like you can see it when it clicks in their mind and it sparkles through their eyes about, wow, I could do that. Women can do that.
Not even little girls, 22-year-old girls
or
women, 23-year-old women.
30-year-old, 40-year-old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
saying like, wow, this is where I can be, you know, and the sky's the limit, you know. And my favorite quote from her that she told me was, she said, when you break glass ceilings, you get cut.
Yep.
Break them anyways.
Break them anyway.
Our thanks to Democratic State Representative Leslie Herod of Denver, Denver City Councilwoman Serena Gonzalez Gutierrez, and CU Regent Wanda James.
That was great. That was a great little segment. I enjoyed seeing that. It was interesting. I do think that like there's a bit of grappling there with like why is she different this time around? And it really does come down to, well, she's different, but it's good. And like, yeah, I think she's different because she's got more public speaking experience. Like, I think she's a lot better at it now. Now, I will say that I'm not particularly, like, impressed by their answers. Like, I do think that on a certain level, it is good for the representation. I get that, like, it will inspire future generations. I think that's good. I don't think that's a good enough reason to vote for someone to be president. You know, like, I think it needs to be better than that. And a lot of this was kind of about identity politics and trailblazing, and, like, that's certainly a part of it, but what's so striking to me is, like, comparing that with asking someone why they supported Bernie Sanders in, like, 2016, you know? Like, in 2016, it was policies, you know? For Bernie Sanders, it's policies. Medicare for all, the right of first refusal for workers, you know, actual, like, articulated policies. And all that they really brought up here was the trailblazing, the id poll, and, like, I appreciate that. Like, as a trans person, I like seeing trans people get to do stuff, you know? Like, I like that. I like seeing the fact that, like, Peggy Flanagan will be the governor of Minnesota and will be the first, you know, indigenous governor in American history. I think that's amazing. Again, if Tim Walz win and like Kamala Harris win, that would be amazing. The highest government ranked indigenous person in elected office. Yeah, crazy. And so it is interesting to me that none of them are attached to policies that Harris proposed in 2020. None of them are taking and running any of that. Instead, it's more about what it will mean on an identity level, you know? Maybe they just aren't informed voters. Maybe. Also, it might be possible that part of it is just that Kamala Harris hasn't done a very good job articulating actual policy, you know? There have been a couple of these appearances lately where she's articulated, like, housing policy and stuff, but, like, it's not, like, super clear. Like, she's talked about wanting to fix price gouging and going after like price fixing when it comes to rent and stuff like that, but it's been pretty nebulous on most other things. Yeah, there's a very big lack of details, so I don't know if it's necessarily the fault of these women for not knowing or not wanting to list policies or just not thinking about it, because so much of the campaign so far is id poll. And appealing to different core constituents and demographics that they need in order to win. You know, the union vote being a great example, how Tim Walz has been appealing to that. Yeah. All of this to say that I think she can be moved left. I think that she is clearly the best choice. All I'm saying is I find it interesting that these are the K-Hive. These people are people who have supported Kamala Harris for the last 4 years. And who supported her in the primary against against Joe Biden, even. So, like, I just find it very interesting that there's not a coherent policy that was listed there. That's all I'm saying. Oh yeah, Kyle Clark is great. I love that guy. Okay, guys. I have a little treat for you. But before we get to that, we have now been going for about 6 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. We got to make up for an entire week of lost time. Let's go, 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 babies. And with that, I present to you Night Watch.
Mass Effect. Link. But before we continue, do you notice what I'm wearing? This is the Shadowversity hoodie. And I think it's good that I'm wearing it next to Oz because look at how ragtag Oz is and look how great this hoodie is. Also, I've been meaning to ask, why the hell are you just making it mismatched?
Oh, because it's missing so many buttons.
You can still try.
It's too tight.
The top button is...
I have a big...
Why'd you start... Wait, but why did you start recording and immediately start shitting on the guy you chose to be on camera with? You guys have control over that. You can actually, in a pre-recorded video, you can edit and, like, also choose when you want to start filming. And so it's really weird when in that context you immediately just turn to your co-host and say, man, you look like shit. I look great, but you look like absolute dog shit. Well, I've seen babies take prettier shits than you.
Neck.
You look like such a hobo.
Well, I haven't showered in 3 days. No.
So avoid looking like a hobo and grab...
I'm worried that he's not kidding. I'm worried that he's not kidding about not having showered in 3 days.
The official Shadowversity Brigandine hoodie, because they're really cool and really high quality. Check them out, link in the description. Welcome back to The Watch, and time and time again, the patterns just keep emerging.
You're not allowed to have pattern recognition.
It seems like that. Not to your level. Your level gets a bit...
They call it schizophrenia, Shad.
Okay, thank you.
It's a real disease,
yeah.
But I'm right every time they're coming for me.
Once upon a time, they'll say, you're blind, you're making it up. You're like, why would video games be wanting to make their female characters ugly? And genuinely, like, then they'll say, if you think that these female characters are ugly, you are just a misogynistic bigot.
I guess I'm a misogynistic bigot.
Look at this. This is astounding. Now, we have seen examples upon examples of this. Like it was Mortal Kombat, Spider-Man and Mary Jane, Horizon Zero Dawn. They're doing it to Tomb Raider, and a lot of games that even...
I'm sorry. They're doing it to Tomb Raider? In what capacity? What is it because like she didn't have huge boobs in the 2018 movie? Is it because the remasters don't make her sexy enough? I've got really bad news for you, Shad. Lara Croft wasn't sexy in the original Tomb Raider. You were just really horny, and those gigantic polygons really did it for you, okay? But, I gotta be honest with you, most people don't see a pair of rhombuses and just get rock hard, okay? It's just not a thing that people are genuinely into. Like, I don't know how to break this to you. Also, can we just talk real quick? Can we just take a moment here? As if people aren't down bad for Aloy. Okay? As if people aren't absolutely obsessed. Just real quick here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's an unspeakable amount of smutty art of this character. But sure, go off, King, about how she's not attractive enough.
Even aren't released, but Forspoken and Mass Effect Andromeda. Remember all the
Mass Effect Androgynous. Yep.
Yep.
But do you know what else they've done in Silent Hill? The new Silent Hill?
What?
Literally. Oh my goodness. There's an entire plot line where you have to attend a bisexual orgy. And it's necessary to the plot, and a black guy's like, you need to come to this orgy. It's important that you be there. And it's played up as this important thing. What?
Hey, did you know that Silent Hill has the player do uncomfortable things because it's a psychological horror game and puts you in a variety of situations? Did you know that? Did you know that James Sutherland in Silent Hill 2 was actually kind of a bad guy? Did you know that? Did you know that it's did you know that hey, maybe these games aren't supposed to be really sexy? Hey, did you know that the sexiest character that Silent Hill is known for is fucking Pyramid Head? Did you know that? Because I know that, and I don't even like Silent Hill 2 that much. My God, the amount of art of Pyramid Head is ridiculous. Just yeah, man. They changed how Maria looks in Silent Hill 2. Do you think Silent Hill fans give a fuck? This is what they give a fuck about. the big meaty triangle head man. That's who they give a fuck about. Also, to a lesser extent, the nurses with the wrapped faces. But, you know, mostly Pyramid Head.
What? It's on YouTube. It's hilarious and disgusting at the same time. This black guy's like, we need you to be there for this. Like, it's the most serious thing in the world. Like, what?
Why, just out of curiosity, why is it relevant? And why does he keep saying, this black guy? This black guy? This black guy wants you to go to the orgy. Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much. I'm just saying, that's a weird detail to keep saying.
What? And guess what? I'm pretty sure,
Simrek,
if my
thank you
memory
for the
serves me
$5
correctly,
super chat.
the black dude is telling you, you need to be at this orgy. His daughter is attending for this ritual orgy thing.
Yeah, it's almost like Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill is a series.
All the women he named from those video games are hot in their newest releases though.
It's true. It's almost just, I'm just spitballing here. Almost as though it's a psychological horror game. And that the horror with which you are describing this event is actually the intended reaction for you to have. It's really not that difficult. Again, I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. I think people who are really negligent in their ability to be artistically literate should have their ability to play games or watch movies or read books systematically taken away until they reach the level of material that they are capable of, you know, competently processing in their brains. Like, did you know that the first Silent Hill game finds is about finding an abandoned child in a casket? How dare they take the Lord's name in vain like that? Had the sign of the cross on it. Like, the horror, it's crazy. Do they... It's hard for me to deal with this level of illiteracy, you know? That relegates me to coloring outside the lines on coloring books. I'm sorry. Is DEI the new SJW? Kind of. Yeah, kind of. Sorry, this just bothers me a lot.
Look,
They're the heroes.
This is first news to me. If that is so, wow. I would want that type of thing confirmed.
I know it's the orgy thing, and but it's just so... It's played up like they're the heroes, and this is necessary for the story to progress.
So, Konami shared that, see how the team devs working on Silent Hill 2 preserved authenticity while adapting a horror classic for modern audiences. Modern audiences, people! Let's translate that to a woke audience.
Emphasis on trans.
to a woke audience. That's what modern audience means. When they say we need to make it for a modern audience, that says we need to make it in our image to our ultra woke progressive ideological lens, because
that resonates with more people and will make them more money. That's why. You are just correctly identifying that you are the outgroup and do not represent the mainstream of society. That's what you've identified. But instead of saying, maybe we should change or consider new ways of thinking, you've said, no, we need to embrace the ways people thought 400 years ago.
The actual modern audience, the audience that exists in the modern day, can't stand this crap.
Yep.
All right? It's a lie. The modern audience thing is a lie.
Yep.
Yeah, you're secretly the silent majority.
Go woke, go broke, 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 go woke, go broke.
And gamers are rejecting it. This is why Sweet Baby Inc. had such a big backlash. This is what Gamergate 2 was about. But they want to gaslight you. Say, this is just where the world is. This is what people expect. That's what we need it for a modern audience. It is bullcrap. Let's listen to what they say here.
I'm very excited for people to play this game. There's no...
Guys, I've played Silent Hill 2, alright? Silent Hill 2 involves, people who've been, sexually abused as children. It involves, the main character being a pretty bad dude. The main character is not really a hero, per se. It is, not a sexy game either. It's really not sexy. But the fact that they are wringing their hands about oh, do you know that you do something controversial in a Silent Hill game? Do you know that they did something edgy in a Silent Hill game? Did you know they're making characters less sexually attractive? Bro, did you even look at screenshots of Silent Hill 2 from back in the day?
One aspect that I could say that I want people to experience, because I want people to experience all of it. It's such a journey. It's such a big part of our lives, and I just want people to be able to see.
I want to experience... She's so desperate for people to experience this modern interpretation of a classic game.
Yeah. The game that she's been working on, which is a modern interpretation of a game that's been remastered and re-released several times. Yeah.
It's a workified game. They want to experience the changes.
Yes. You know the slippery slope fallacy? The slippery slope? I'm starting to think that maybe we just can't let women into anything. They have their stuff and we have ours.
I disagree and disavow everything Oz says, but I do think that women and men need their spaces.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Make the game approachable. I think the biggest challenge that we've had was actually how to make the game approachable.
Because it wasn't approachable before?
How to make...
It's not. It's an extremely off-putting game, intentionally, because it's a psychological horror game. Yeah.
The horror game about literal hell and demons taking over a town, because I'm not sure exactly why, but it's literally hell and Satan and demons taking over a town. That needs to be approachable.
Yes, because they want to sell it, you dipshit. They're selling it. It's a product. That's their job.
approachable for woke activists, and they will only approach something if it has their flags and their representation in it. That's the translation of what's actually being meant here.
But they don't, though. They don't approach it at all. They just talk on Twitter about it.
Or the activists, they say, we love it, but then they don't buy it. Or maybe they could be such a tiny minority that they do buy it, but they're not an actual viable market to sell a game to.
That's what Arch says, yeah.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. That's what Arch says too. Are they talking about Arch, the guy formerly known as Arch Warhammer, who got a cease and desist letter from Games Workshop because they didn't want him to call himself Warhammer anymore? Oh man, dude, you're getting marching orders from Arch. You're in trouble.
For the newcomers who have not played the original, but this.
So the original is just not approachable at all. We need to change it to make it approachable.
Yeah, for new players. Yeah. Do you think that like tank controls on like the original Resident Evil are as approachable to like newcomers to the series as like a remapped control scheme would be on a modern controller? Like, yeah, you make changes to make it more approachable to a modern audience. Yeah.
Now it's like, no, if so, like the original game, if it was a good game, and I hear it's pretty good, haven't played it myself, but I hear
oh then shut the fuck up, man. How do you have this many opinions? How do you have a 16 minutes of opinions on this game that you haven't played yourself, and you're pausing like the breakdown trailer every 2 seconds because you're like, what do you think this means that they want more people to play their game? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
it's pretty good, right? That is approachable for people who like that style of game. You don't need to change it, right?
Especially since it's already a psychological horror with demonic and body horror and awful things happening and gore.
Yeah, and you haven't talked about the main thing it is, which is a fucking product. You know who made off-putting horror that was embraced by the market? That actually sold shit? Roger Corman. Roger Corman made like his entire career off of making low-budget, gory schlock. Okay? But he made it fucking approachable. That was his whole thing. He made it accessible. That's the trick. You can do both, but it takes skill to do both.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I haven't played it. I'm not a fan of the horror genre. Like, it would be retarded.
You both hate horror. Then why are you talking about this game, man? Neither of you know what you're talking about. This is actually incredible, dude. We both really hate horror, and we hate like the very fundamental concept of Silent Hill. But you know what we don't hate? Hot ladies that make our boners hard. And that's what we're really upset about. The hypothetical lady in a game we might want to play, but probably won't because we hate the very genre it's made in, and don't understand why people working on a remake of that game would want more people to play it. This is insane. This is like insane level of delusion and detachment from reality.
To try and change that game to make it approachable for someone like me who just does not like that genre.
Well, they might have a point. Mm-hmm. Gore, body horror, maybe they're right trying to market.
Stop it.
Same time to still retain the familiarity of the game that player remembers from 20 years ago.
You just adapt it, update the graphics, and keep it as the classic, you know, as it is.
He looks dead inside.
His eyes look a bit dead, don't they?
Did he fall into Silent Hill? Did it come for him?
Our goal from the very beginning was to maintain the game's up.
What? Oh, you mean that in the promotional material for the game, they might, I don't know, light it and shoot it in such a way that it would, you know, reinforce certain themes or visuals or aesthetics from the game that they're trying to advertise? You mean like there might be a consistent visual tone and language at play here in the advertisement in order to facilitate kind of the feel of the game despite not seeing direct gameplay footage when these people are talking? That's, man, that's crazy.
Atmosphere while modernizing the gameplay to make
Modernizing! He says the gameplay, but not just also the characters.
Yeah, you modernize the gameplay because the PlayStation 2 controller is a very different thing from the Xbox One controller of today. Like, they're different controllers. They can do different things. You have different hardware. You can do more. You can convey different elements of the story. You might, you know, slip some new stuff in there, you know? Like, hey, guess what, everybody? Wasn't it really fun when there was a secret ending in the very, very hardcore video game? Hey, you know what? Hey, chat. I hope you don't mind if I spoil one of the endings of a multi-ending game in a game that came out 20 years ago. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? For one of the best endings? All right. Here you go. Here you go. What, man, yeah, it'd be a shame if they modernized this by putting in more endings like this. Can I explain this ending? The ending is that all of the misery that James Sutherland has gone through was being orchestrated by a dog in a secret alien control room. This is the actual ending, by the way. I think this guy ate like hot dogs at one point or something. It's just a comedy thing. It's whatever. It's fine. Is it the real ending though? No, there are multiple other endings.
Designs and, you know,
They're
modernizing it.
It's not just gameplay. Now it's gay play. Because it's...
Well, if it has that orgy thing in it.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the...
Is that in the original?
Literally Google. Actually, don't Google
No,
Silent Hill
I'm
orgy,
not
yeah.
going to Google
So
that.
I'll see if I can find the news thing on my phone.
competitive in 2024. In the remake, the story remains largely the same. However,
also, like, people have different standards for gameplay. Like, people have, like, learned how to use video game language in different ways. So you might have to like update the terminology or like the dialogue, or you might have to, in order to convey similar themes, you might actually have to use different words or methods to convey those things to a modern audience that doesn't have the same video game literacy as they did in, 20 years ago.
But with the magic of modern technology, we're able to expand on some of its aspects.
The hardest was designing combat. We want to be as faithful as possible to the original game.
I just don't believe it when they say we want to be as faithful as possible, when they change like fundamental character designs and stuff like that. It's like,
Again, it just keeps coming back to they made a lady that looked kind of hot 20 years ago look different. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Was this? Was this like your wank off material? Oh God. There we go. This was really doing it for you 20 years ago. This is a character where you're like, oh man, they made her less hot. Like this is. And she looks like what now? Oh, she looks very similar. Huh. That's so weird. Or, maybe they're talking about Maria. That really off-putting, sexy lady. Yeah, this one. Was this really doing it for you? Was this like your whole thing? Were you like, boy, howdy. What a off-putting looking lady. Oh, wait, you mean actually that character design is also in? Oh, that's crazy. They updated her character design to be not in like just completely and utterly 90s ass. Like, I hate her outfit so much, guys. I hate it so much. This is a good update to it. This is actually really great. I like it. What is the difference at all even? They're trying to say that this lady is the redesign for this lady. So they're trying to say they turned this lady into this lady. But it's really just they gave her modern clothes.
no, you don't care about the original. And in fact, the original is problematic.
You don't either. You haven't played the game, you dipshit.
Because these characters are too sexy.
You might have that problem, viewers of Night's Watch watching our content, but we're not going to make ourselves uglier for you. Maybe I will. I'll break another couple of teeth. But other than that, no, we're staying
It'll just
sexy.
happen naturally over the course of time as we age.
Not you silver fox, bloody hell.
I know, look at this grey man.
You get closer and closer to bloody... What's not Professor Xavier? Who's the bendy guy?
I'm almost getting the salt and pepper look on the side.
That's the one.
Mm-hmm. And here is one of the examples of the modernizing. Before and after.
They added more polygons.
I'm sorry. Just real quick.
And here is one of the examples of the...
Here's one of the examples of the redesign. Uh-huh. You do know what... Again, I just showed you guys what she looks like. Like, this is what she looks like in the game. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Crazy stuff, man.
The modernizing. Before and after.
They added more polygons.
Like, I would ask him if I have the opportunity, what was wrong with her original design? There is something clearly so offensive and wrong with that design that they felt a need to change it.
She didn't look like a trans Latvian man.
That seems like it.
I just like, really, you guys are gooning. You're gooning over this character. This is the. I don't get it, man. Yeah, they did Angela so dirty with this update. Man, I miss the real Silent Hill 2. Look at how much better this design is from this one. It's like they're literally like an updated design. Like I don't know what to tell you here.
She doesn't look like a man enough. Like that's Grums has actually reported that one of the main reasons, not only I think a lot of this is like projection. They want to see, the creators want to see themselves in the game, right?
I genuinely, okay, I'm about to say something. I think that genuinely they just have no idea what they're talking about. They don't know that they're talking about this character. Like they just don't know anything. They're just going along with what everyone else in their social circle is saying. They're not actually thinking for themselves or coming to any conclusions about the material because they don't give a shit about any of it.
But also a big reason, Grum said, is that they are making the women look more like men to not offend trans people. Which is, to me, we've got a whole video reporting on the, this is why they're making the characters look.
That is something only someone unburdened by intelligence. That's the only thing I can think of. You must be blessedly unburdened by intelligence in order to come by this type of opinion. Like they're trying to make characters ugly so trans people don't feel bad. Are you simple? Did you get like kicked by a horse as a child? Like, what happened to you? What's the deal?
Look like this, right? It's just bonkers to me because trans people don't want to appear obviously as...
It's, I'm gonna stop you here. I'm gonna stop you here. Shadiversity. Maybe your first thought should be, that's bonkers to me. That doesn't sound right or true, and kind of sounds like it was made the fuck up. Like that's the reasonable conclusion. Like somebody tells you something crazy and you're like, huh, that sounds crazy and made up, and I don't believe you. Evidence and I can tell you, Grums has exactly 0 evidence to back up that kind of claim. My God. Hey, Lord Frithus. Who mentioned trans people? Literally the guy who's leading Gamergate too.
As trans, they want to look like they pass as the opposite gender. That's their goal. And so when they say, like, we're going to purposely make the women look either androgynous or ambiguous or somewhere in between, that's them kind of, you know, going so woke that they end up self-reporting on what they actually think about trans people.
I think at a more fundamental level, it's because they hate...
I just... Again, this is the character design he's talking about. This is the incredibly feminine, original character model that they were talking about. That has now been updated. This one, right here, this one. I have no words. Who's Grums? He's a moron who leads Gamergate too. He's been grifting off of it for the last several months. Should you want a conversation with a game professional, don't hesitate to give me a ring because these idiots make me very angry. They should, because everything they're saying is wrong. And I wrote about video games for a decade, and I can tell you that it's wrong. God. What was Gamergate 1? Oh, God. I'll tell you after this segment.
Aesthetics and beauty and good.
I think that's actually part of it as well.
Yeah, and also, yes, it turns out the way to combat the Silent Hill fog is to have a ton of sex, and that's...
Is that a new part in the game?
Silent Hill Ascension, yeah. The new.
So it wasn't in the original?
No, this is a DLC for a new Silent Hill. It's called Silent Hill Ascension. It's about a cult who wants to plan a giant orgy, and one of the main characters is a guy who feels conflicted about the cult wanting to run a train on him. This is real. And you can see that the... To
be fair, Silent Hill Ascension does suck. But it's not for that reason.
The cutscene is on YouTube and it is very strange and disorientating.
Oh man, why does like...
Man, it's strange and disorienting. Kind of like the kind of concept a psychological horror game might invoke to keep you off balance. Weird.
This woke movement just love degeneracy.
Because they hate good. They're a suicide...
Well, again, Mike B, literally the only thing that they care about in this game is that the girls aren't hot enough. They don't like horror games. They don't know anything about Silent Hill. None of them have played any of the Silent Hill games. And, like, the only thing they have to go on is, like, they changed character models from the original to this one. Like, that's it. It's literally the I don't want to fuck the women in this video game as much as I used to. And that's their main problem, except they don't even know enough about the originals to know whether or not their position on wanting to fuck them or not is a position, even.
Cult. They want to help end the world because they hate God and they want to force his hand.
Like, there seems to be a disdain for the wholesome traditional family.
Yes.
Yeah, typically horror movies aren't about the wholesome traditional family. I wonder why. I wonder why horror movies and games aren't about just everything being swell in a Leave It to Beaver kind of way.
Because truth is actually a beautiful thing. Like, look at mathematics. Everything we find beautiful because of mathematics.
No. one, that's not how beauty works, and two, you're talking about a psychological fucking horror game.
Right? Like, composition.
Also, degeneracy is pretty Nazi-coded. These guys are, like, far-right guys. It would not surprise me if they were Nazis. They literally name-dropped Arch, a guy who is a fascist and a Nazi sympathizer. And was to such a degree that Warhammer sent him a cease and desist. Like, they're in that circle.
Musical melodies.
Oh yeah, it's very
Colours.
involved. Like the amount of math that is involved in like good harmonious music. It's pretty crazy.
Basically everything, right? And so that's why they have to go directly against truth, against reality. They have to make everything look hideous because to them, everything bad is good and everything good is bad.
It seems like that's
Yeah, because truth could never be ugly. Could never be... The truth could never be bad.
where they're trying to push things. And this type of, like this right here, seems like, yeah, they're affronted and offended by traditional beauty, traditional femininity. And like what they made this character look like now, it looks like, who's the male guy in the X-Files? Mulder?
Mulder?
Yeah.
I see a young version of Bogdan from Breaking Bad.
Do you?
Those eyebrows.
It's just another example, but this isn't the only remade character for modern audience in Silent Hill. This is the other one. So there was a character that's specifically made to be sexually alluring, and this was the change. And this is weird. There's some layers of weirdness to me. Okay, this character is still in the game as a type of sexually alluring character. They have both removed some of the sexually alluring aspects, there's no bare midriff anymore, while also knowing that it's supposed to be sexually alluring and making her look like she's 13. That is weird.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Does this remake not look younger to you?
Yeah, you're right, because just my artist eye is seeing the proportion of head.
Also, okay, does anyone, I've been kind of dancing around this the entire time, but does anyone mind if I spoil an aspect of Silent Hill 2 for you guys? Does anyone mind? Okay, so, you know, the character that they've been complaining about for the longest part of the runtime of this video? You know that character they've been saying, in the remake, she looks like a man. Look at how beautiful she was in the original. Oh my goodness, you see, Angela used to be so hot, and now she's been turned into a lady. Or, sorry, a trans lady. Now, do you happen to know why her character design is this? You might look at this character design and say, wow, that's not particularly sexually alluring. Well, spoiler alert, and also big ol' content warning here. One of the reasons that is revealed in Silent Hill 2 about why she dresses this way is literally because she was sexually assaulted as a child and has grown up to want to be more closed off to the world and not to be sexualized. That's quite literally one of the points of her character. She dresses that way on purpose. She presents herself this way on purpose. It's core to the text of the game. And like, these guys, because they don't know anything about what they're talking about, are literally being like, well, she looks too much like a man because she's not dressed sexy enough. Like, they're complaining about deliberate design choices meant to convey her status as a sexual assault survivor. Like, that's... Yeah, it's been really hard to listen to throughout this video. Like, it's not a subtle or easy to miss portion of the game. If you've played it, you know exactly what happened here. Yeah, it kind of makes them look like they're creepy and gross, doesn't it? Huh. Weird. Silent Hill is like a purgatory for hurt people. In the best games, that is. It is explicit. Yes, Elenita Express. It's explicit. You can't really miss it. You can't really misinterpret it.
Head to shoulders and then head to body. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Look, this is the only example. They made Poison Ivy, the character that was supposed to, like, traditionally always seen as a character to be sexually desired. They made her into a child in Suicide Squad. It's really weird.
That's only really weird if you still are sexualizing her as a child. Like, you're the one making it weird.
It's really weird. Right? And at the same time, making her also look more ugly as well. Like this other one, she has a more feminine kind of neckline, jawline stuff.
Yeah.
These insane woke progressive people, it sounds like the game devs were just listening to those consulting companies. Wouldn't be surprised if it was Sweet Baby Inc., but they're just trying to rename, and there's heaps of companies out there.
Yeah. Why won't this character look sexy enough for me anymore? She's so sexy. Why aren't they making this character sexy enough anymore? I just don't understand. Why is this new character that they're going to update in the next game not making my pee-pee hard? I can't place it.
Doing this.
This is why I don't care what they call me. Because anything they say is bad has to be good. Anything. Except for murder.
Yeah, like, you know what was really hot? It was really hot with, their one of their hot characters in Silent Hill 2 was really sad and, like, considering Roblox. You know, like that, oh man, why isn't that character sexy anymore? It's just not doing it for me. Maybe know what the fuck you're talking about before you enter into the arena of, like, talking about this with any air of authority, man. Maybe it's a game where the characters aren't really supposed to be sexy, because it's not that kind of game. If you want to do that, just turn off the filter for adult material on Steam. Go nuts, okay?
Or theft, or any of the things that we said were bad first.
I think you shouldn't care what they say because they have no standards, but they legitimately want...
Well, again, Mr. Miyagi, my interpretation here is that they have no idea what they're talking about, so they literally aren't aware that that portion of the game exists. Because both of them have talked about never having played the original game before.
That's their tactic. They want to vilify people and make their opposition appear to be evil people because they can't argue on the merits. And so if they can just...
You can't argue on the merits either. You haven't played the fucking game, man.
Discredit and vilify the opposition. It's like, you don't want to join that side. That's the bad people's side. That's how they get people onto their side, because people, they want to be good. And if you're telling me I'll be bad if I listen to those people, that's why I think we should still forever reject their attempt to try and vilify us. Because we're not the villains, Oz.
But every day, I get reports from my missus. She's coming home and telling me, I heard this and this and this today. More people are just saying things I've been saying for years. Like...
Yeah, but that should be the validation that you were not a villain. You're not crazy.
Oh, I know. I'm
You're
crazy.
Still, no, sorry,
I'm
you
crazy.
are crazy. That's going way too far.
But I'm not a crazy villain.
How could I even utter those words?
I'm the mad scientist who's on the side of good. I am crazy.
But I strongly believe never concede them any moral authority.
Oh, absolutely not. But that's because if I defend myself from what they say,
but then that's
I'm
why I
doing
mean.
that.
Never concede to them any moral authority. Make sure they are in the content mines making big titty ladies for you to jack off to.
But that's what, like, accepting the names that they call you. That to me is conceding moral authority.
No, because
don't give it.
But if I defend myself from them, that's me saying that I think the things they're calling me are really bad. I must defend myself. But if I'm like,
but it is bad to be a racist, and if people call you that,
what's their definition of racism?
Well, that's when you call them out on hypocrisy. But we're getting a bit off topic. Going back to.
Man, it's incredible how they turned complaining about ladies not being hot enough in a game neither of them have played into a conversation about how too many people are being mean and calling them racists. That's actually kind of incredible. I'm impressed by that. That took some doing. That was like watching an Olympic gymnast, you know? He is so, of course he's racist. Yeah. Like, he revels in it, man. But, like, it was wild seeing them get from point A to point B on that one.
Silent Hill remake, clearly driven by activism. And when you see warning signs like this, all you need to see is just how are they making the females look. That's all you don't need, like, I'm glad Sweet Baby Ink Detected exists. You don't actually need it. All you need is your own eyes.
Yeah. And then there's the orgy scene.
Yeah, you know, this character was really sexy. You know, when we saw this character in the original Silent Hill 2, really just got us going. You know, nothing quite as sexy as a lady in an outfit that looks like it's the most boring one from the 1930s. Yep.
Well, then there are a whole heap of other points of evidence, and the answer is they do not deserve your money. It's made by people who hate you. They want to serve their audience, which is not the true modern audience.
It seems to be the dark powers of Satan that they're trying to serve.
So, just to clarify, neither of them have played the original, but this guy's opinion at the end of the video is, I think maybe these companies are serving the dark powers of Satan by selling this product. Then why are you talking about how it's such a huge problem that the characters aren't sexy enough? Like, if it's already, like, satanic, why are you upset that it's not sexy enough and satanic? Like, what? What's your deal, man? This is so silly. This is so much sillier than I thought it was gonna be. God damn it.
Don't get me started on that side. Don't give them the money. They don't deserve it. stay on watch.
I just... It's the powers of Satan, says man with complete certainty while sitting in front of a wall of books about occult magic rituals and spells and creatures. Like, are you kidding me? You're sitting in front of a wall of books about doing magic, a thing explicitly forbidden mankind by God in your religion. I just, dude. Hypocrites, man. Get good sleep, Radical Maniac. Thank you so much for the raid. Anyway, we still have 15 seconds of this, and it's probably gonna make me mad. That was the best, like, 3 seconds of this video I've ever seen. Excellent. Whew, he's like an entirely new type of pathetic character. Yeah, it's, you know, it's a real... I don't know. I don't even really know how to describe Night's Watch. It's just insane to me that one of the biggest medieval weaponry channels on YouTube is run by this guy. And he's so unintelligent. It's quite sad. Men like this are weaker than supposed soy boys. True. True. Now, folks, we've been going for 7 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Please consider dropping those subs and donos. Can't make this work without viewers like you pitching in, and I certainly appreciate each and every one of you. Has Shad's brother publicly denounced him yet? I think like several times over the years. Jazza seems like a good egg. Oh, Lord Fritus, thank you for gifting a sub to Radical Maniac. That's very kind of you. Oh, God. We have so much to do. Do 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 do. How we all doing, folks? Should go to bed. Great to have you back. Love the stream. Another big thank you to everyone who helped cure ballots. Your actions have quite possibly saved millions of trees, helped save our public lands. Let nobody tell you you cannot have an impact. You get good sleep, Dragonfly, and thank you for the work you did. I know you worked hard for that too. So these guys are gamer gators? Yeah. Gamergate, if you don't know what it was basically a campaign to harass various women in the video game industry. Like, that's the long and short of it. It was a reactionary movement that got co-opted by the far right and then got directly funneled into Donald Trump's re-election, or not re-election, bid for the presidency in 2016. and directly led to him getting elected. And right now they're doing a Gamergate 2, and it sucks. They're basically trying to say that the reason video games have more gay and trans and less sexy characters is because wokeness is ruining video games, and they're harassing anyone really associated with the concept of wokeness in video games. It's very dumb. Okay. Save this story for tomorrow, I think. And I'm at a bit of a loss, guys, because I have been going for 7 hours. And I'm trying to debate if I've got the juice to go over these DNC speeches and the fallout from that. I might just have to do that tomorrow. I did prep an entire segment for this. Do the recent Vance interview? Do they not like women in their spaces? No, they hate women. Yeah, we're not doing all the DNC stuff. We're basically doing, I'll just tell you what is on the docket. We'd be doing AOC's speech, Kamala Harris's speech, talking about the uncommitted movement and their protest, the Zateo interview done with the Palestinian voice on the convention stage that was denied. Also, like, various little bits. I don't think I don't think I have a JD Vance in me, but I will commit to doing that.
Senator JD Vance, welcome.
Tomorrow. With that. Yeah, I think I'm tapped out. 7 hours is like usually when I'm kind of on the decline. I'm so glad you're back. I was so bored without you. Well, I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad that you guys missed me. Yeah, sorry, Fenry. I think we'll have to do it tomorrow. Like, time to talk about the DNC? Yeah, of course. I think we'll just do that tomorrow when I have a little bit more rest. I have a few things I need to do before I go to bed. I missed you? Well, I missed you guys too. Like, if it's any consolation, like, I miss you guys and I think about you when I'm not streaming, and it's nice to be back, you know? Get some sleep. Oh, also, I'm really excited because I made a marinade today, and I'm marinating like 8 pounds of chicken. Very excited to get that all done. Zateo is honestly like the best outlet working right now for my money. Like the best like broad news outlet. Mediasun's just absolutely killing it. Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll cover the DNC. I also wanted to do a segment on Ben Shapiro interviewing Andrew Klavan's son on his podcast. I wanted to go over like an evangelical video about biblical womanhood that I stumbled across. Also, Some Gaza updates, RFK Jr., Matt Walsh at the DNC and being absolutely insane. And, of course, we got to get back on Project 2025. We're only halfway through. Will there be a doggo arc once you move in into your partner's house? I don't know. Well, we've talked about it, but we haven't made any decisions about it. But I will say one thing. I will say exactly one thing. Okay? I was sent that video earlier today. I think it's a sign. Gilbertus Maximus is a fantastic name for a dog. We'll see. Such cuteness, right? Yeah, sleep is important, and I don't want to run myself as ragged as I did prior to my vacation. So I think I'm going to call it a night. It is 3:30 in the morning, so I feel like that's a fair cutoff. And got a few things I want to take care of before I sleep. I think I'll stream a movie in the Discord if you all want to just kind of wind down like that. But other than that, I will see you all tomorrow. Remember, hit the follow button if you haven't yet. Hit the subscribe button if you're over on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. Also, if you're on YouTube, check out the merch store. I attached one in the YouTube store. So you can actually buy like my Fascism is Bad mug that I quite like, or tumbler, I guess. And yeah, do the things. I don't know. Consider supporting stream, etc., etc., etc. All right. And with that, goddamn!
It took a bit of doing. Best wishes, L.
Jaeger08 Larson, thank you for the $117 dono. Thank you so much. One last one for the road, I guess. Thank you so much. And you know, hey, you know what? Let's just do like a little thing, little celebration, huh? A little thing we can do here. All right.
At first I was afraid, I was petrified, thinking I could never live without you by my side. I spent so many nights feeling how you did me wrong. I grew strong, I learned how to get along, and so you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed my stupid lock. I should have made you leave your keys. If I'd have known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now. 'Cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to break me with goodbye? You think I'd crumble? Think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love. I know I say a lot. I got all my life to live. I got all my love to give. I will survive. I will survive. Hey.
I've never seen Newsies, Mr. Miyagi. I need to.
detective trying to find the missing pieces of my broken heart. And I spent all so many nights feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high and you see me. Somebody new. I'm not that kind of little person still in love with you. And so you felt like dropping in. Don't expect me to be free. Now I'm saving all my loving for someone who's loving me. Go, now go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now. 'Cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to break it with your fire? I think I crumble. You think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my life to live. I've got all my life to give, and I'll survive. Hey, 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 oh.
It's a fun song. I like their version. Not surprisingly, not a mashup. Hey, Asuka. My youngest spawn thinks I'm out of my mind. Wait, why? What an excellent way to end stream, right? Singer has a very soothing voice. I agree. Here you go. Here you go, Monica. All right. That being said, good night, y'all. I'm going to raid you guys into... I got you, girl. All right. You all have a good time in Pixel Smickles. Pixel Smickles. Pixel Smixels stream. There you go. Bye. All right. Now we've gotten rid of Twitch chat. Finally. Thanks, I needed that. Pickles Smickles. All right. It's time to go to bed now. Gonna have some awesome sleep and maybe dream some stuff.